I had to go and verify whether this quote was in fact ascribed to her. And colleagues, this is the first community note, perhaps, that I have to come out clearly on. It looks like it's not necessarily a quote that is ascribed to her. And perhaps that can be our first hackathon of the day. So everyone in the room, by the end of today, can you please assist us to see whether Margaret Mead, in fact, did say these words and whether the quote can be ascribed to her. I thought that's like a practical example for us in terms of information integrity. And with that disclosure properly placed on record, I'm going to share it anyway, because I think the sentiment does belong in this room. So again, colleagues, this is a conversation that is very needed. And in the spirit of today's dialogue, not only the name, to only name harms, but to celebrate and connect the work that already that builds us. We're also going to invite you to use the hashtag #NoToHate on your online platforms. What we are going to ask you during these conversations is not to mention the location. And we have had to do our risk assessments and not to mention where we are having this conversation today. It is in the interest of safety of our partners in the room, as well as our colleagues on the ground. But we do encourage you to make known that we are having these tough conversations and also hopeful conversations here today. Colleagues, with that being said, I'm going to ask that our first item of the day, with a framing, or rather creating the framing, is the video that has been provided by UNESCO on hate speech and protection on freedom of expression be played for us. The title, as you would see, is that words have power, and power to build, power to divide, and power to shape whether people feel seen, safe, and included in democratic life. So can I please ask that you give your attention to the screen while we play this link. Thank you so much.
Words have power. They can create or destroy, sowing unity, division, love, hate, peace, and violence. Rwanda, 1994. The media was used to spread hate speech against the Tutsi minority that turned to genocide, killing more than 1 million people within only 100 days. Today, hateful words can travel faster, further. Hate speech online spills into reality, destroying societies and stripping people of their humanity. Words have power, but the tools we use to spread them are just as powerful.
In Indonesia, hate speech is weaponized based on religious identity, which is often linked with political identity. Hate speech and disinformation often trigger the violations of citizens' rights that are actually protected by the Constitution.
In Colombia, hate speech is used against women as a form of online gender violence to push us out of spaces of civil and political participation. This leads to self-censorship, undermines their freedom of expression, but also compromises their offline and online safety.
Around the world, there is a growing demand for trustworthy internet spaces and for digital platforms to be more transparent and accountable, adopting a human rights approach in their design, content moderation and curation, policies, and promoting media and information literacy. Collective efforts to reach this goal are already starting to happen, triggering positive change.
In Kenya, all our efforts suffered from an inconsistent exchange of knowledge and experiences between us. Now, we joined forces through our multi-stakeholder coalition, ECOMO. We are taking joint positions about emerging issues of digital spaces, and we are much more powerful in voicing what the needs of our communities are when we speak as one.
In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have vibrant civil society that has been engaged in monitoring and countering hate speech. Before, although our country had been facing pressing challenges related to online hate speech, major social media platforms didn't have any local presence or engagement in the country. As part of the multi-stakeholder coalition, this has changed. We are establishing meaningful dialogue with digital platforms and demanding more accountability.
At the heart of our efforts is fostering collaboration with multiple stakeholders and protecting freedom of expression. and the right to information, building tools and networks to counter hate speech. Together, we can use the power of words for good.
Awesome. I think that is a perfect framing for our discussions today. It is now my pleasure to invite the UNESCO to offer welcoming remarks. UNESCO, through the Social Media for Peace initiative, has played an important role in supporting multi-stakeholder engagement on online harms, information integrity, freedom of expression, and peaceful digital spaces. Today's dialogue is a continuation of that important work. May I invite Vimbai to the podium?
From the UNESCO Regional Office for Southern Africa, I want to welcome you all, and I'm Vimbai Macharusen. The opening speech will be delivered by my colleague from the UNESCO Regional Office, Alamini, and he's online. Over to you, Alamin. Alamin, can you hear us?
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Over to you. Yes. Over to
Okay.
you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vimbai. Reverend Chris Nyson, Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, the Program Director, all distinguished representatives of government ministries and institutions, information communication regulators, the European Union, representatives from the United Nations Family, Social Media for Peace Coalition members, members of the Diplomatic Corps, civil society organizations, faith leaders, academia, the media fraternity, youth and women organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. We are faced with a crisis of information integrity and weaponized hate speech expanding rapidly. And this challenge has reached a point where we now witness deliberate hate speech campaigns that are purposefully designed to evoke ethnic and social divisions in our countries and across the globe. These deliberate hate speech campaigns fuel violence, weaken the rule of law, and jeopardize peaceful, inclusive societies. And to make matters worse, we are living in an era where our digital physical spaces are highly fractured. An era where communication is not merely a tool for information sharing or broadcasting information, but a vital means for the survival of our existence as democratic states. We therefore need to remind all citizens that every word we choose, every narrative we amplify, and every platform we build has the power to either bring our communities closer together or even tear them apart. True social cohesion does not require us to erase our differences or even agree on every front. Rather, it demands that we cultivate a culture of tolerance, a culture of listening, and a culture of empathy. We therefore need to strengthen our communication toward highlighting shared human values and building bridges across cultural divides. We need to deliberately, through our policies, practice, and everything that we do, create an environment where trust can take root and communities can thrive. Strengthening such cohesive foundations require us to confront hate speech, which remains to be one of the most destructive counterforces. Hate speech is rarely an isolated incident. It is a calculated breakdown of communication designed to dehumanize, isolate, and weaponize fear against vulnerable populations. To actively dismantle hate speech, we cannot simply rely on passive silence or defensive reactions. We have to take deliberate actions through programs such as the Social Media for Peace project and undertake media and information literacy programs to reach each and every citizen if we can. And we need to really work hard on this one. Because peaceful society devoid of hate speech depends heavily on information literate citizens. UNESCO promotes media and information literacy as a vital first line of defense against misinformation and hate speech. Media and information literacy directly empowers the individual. It equips people with critical thinking skills to analyze headlines, spot hidden biases, and question the intent of communication campaigns. Such skills transform individuals from passive targets of manipulation into resilient digital citizens. We build media and information literacy, and if we build it at a very large scale, we will promote peaceful public discourse. Here in Southern Africa, and apart from the Social Media for Peace project, UNESCO is also working on the Southern Africa liberation history. It is a project that aims to dismantle contemporary societal fractures, counter the rise of hate speech, and foster a durable, inclusive peace built on mutual understanding and historical consciousness. The project is designed to support peace-building mechanism through the region's shared historical struggle for liberation and utilize that foundation into a foundation for contemporary social cohesion. It is unfortunate that the ongoing hate speech campaigns and narratives are also slowly eroding our shared history of the liberation struggle. And they also risk fueling further national and regional divisions. And sometimes I ask myself, how can we attain the objective of the African Continental Free Trade Area? How can we attain the objectives of the different regional corridors, transport corridors that we're establishing, if we are now fragmenting ourselves? That is why it is important to start promoting intergenerational and intercultural dialogue for the promotion of cross-border solidarity, Pan-African unity, and Ubuntu. And let's remember that these are the values that originally fueled the fight against colonialism and apartheid. Let us collectively urge all law enforcement bodies and each and every stakeholder to apply international human rights frameworks in addressing the current scourge of hate speech. International human rights law and standards are very clear when civil liberties are used as a weapon against the vulnerable. And specifically, I will cite the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, which remains to be a blueprint for peace building when malicious actors attempt to weaponize hate speech under the guise of free expression. Under Article 19, the Covenant fiercely protects the right to hold and voice opinions, but it intentionally draws a hard line where expression morphs into harm. Through Article 20, the ICCPR provides UN member states with a precise authoritative mandate to prohibit advocacy on national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. The ICCPR reminds us that true freedom of expression is not an absolute license to dehumanize, but a protected right that coexists with the fundamental rights to dignity, to safety, and to equality. For United Nations member states, the ICCPR is not a restriction on liberty, but a guide for the international community on how to protect it. And as we look forward, the responsibility to safeguard our peace rests squarely on our collective will to act on concrete human rights respecting actions. By strictly applying the dual thresholds of Article 19 and Article 20 of the ICCPR, we can collectively and effectively suppress the incitement of hatred, hostility, and violence without compromising the fundamental right to free expression. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this very important multi-stakeholder dialogue, and I also urge each and every one of us to leave this event today with strength and resolve to protect human rights and to dismantle the architecture of hate and maintain a lasting peace. Thank you so much, and I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that message from UNESCO. One of the strengths of today's engagement, as pointed out, is that this is not owned by one institution alone. It is a partnership, and it is the Social Media for Peace South African Coalition. And it has been central in bringing together diverse actors working across media rights, technology, research, and civil society. So it is my pleasure now to invite an Social Media for Peace Coalition representative to offer welcoming remarks, Mr. William Bird from Moxie Africa. Mr. Bird.
Thank you, Dr. Carter. So I'm representing the Social Media for Peace Coalition, so I have to be a little bit more polite than if I was just speaking as Moxie Africa. But Bliksem, I'm really mad as a snake today, you know, because we gathered in this room for the first time as an experience that I can recall since becoming a democratic state, that we've had to shift the day of our event, not because we wanted to, but because of threats and concerns and legitimate fears of violence. These are things that fundamentally undermine our right to freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of movement. These are things that are not tolerable in a democratic state. It's even more incensing to me that some of the scumbags are using this good book, which I carry with me wherever I go. It's a copy of our Constitution. And I'm sure Dr. Nissen will reference this appropriately, but just so we remember, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity, all who live in it. This isn't an exclusive thing. This is about the fundamental, that foregrounds the fundamental rights to dignity and equality. So, that said, I want to just, on behalf of Social Media for Peace SA, thank our various friends and partners, UNESCO, especially the South African Human Rights Commission for partnering with us today. Thank you very much for giving us all your people and lending some of your few precious resources. Our friends at the Center for Human Rights, obviously, and then all the amazing partners of the Social Media for Peace. There are at least 10 or 13, I think, I forget exactly how many. Many of them are here today that are in the room. There's the South African National Editors Forum, there's the Press Council, there's CABC, there is Africa Check, there's Code, there's Center for Freedom of Expression, there's ourselves, Moxie Africa, obviously, and a whole lot of others that are there. So I think Al-Amin gave a lovely introduction to why we're here and what the dangers are around hate speech. And I think that in as much as we know social media has potential to be good, at the moment I think it's doing us and the world a great disservice because it's being owned and the dark forces are currently more powerful, it would appear, than those seeking to do something else. It's normalizing polarization, it's normalizing racism, xenophobia, sexism, And we have to remind ourselves that this isn't normal. The loudest voices aren't the ones that we should listen to, particularly in this instance, right? So I'm just skipping the bits that I don't want to repeat what Alamin said. So I'm going to wrap it up with this particular sense of urgency, which is that at the heart of our work is a simple but powerful truth, which I was reminded of Dr. Martin Luther King. Darkness cannot drive out darkness, only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. I'm not feeling that strong. I don't want to show love to any of these scumbags currently on social media. In fact, I'd rather show them the inside of a SAPS van, and hopefully we'll see many of them experiencing the joy of that today. But because they seek to divide, it's up to us to show that there is care and joy and light and innovation and brilliance. And much of that brilliance and innovation and commitment is in the room. But I also want us just to acknowledge the incredible strength and courage of those that are joining us today. To know that we see you and we see your light and your strength and your innovation, and know that together we're far stronger than any of the darkest forces. So thank you all for being with us today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bode. Our next welcome reflection comes from the Centre for Human Rights of the University of Pretoria, and the Centre's work also reminds us that these issues are not only legal commitments on paper, but they must be studied, taught, defended, and lived in public life. So may I invite Dr. Sabelo Kumedze to address us. Thank you so much, Doc.
A football match lasts 90 minutes. Words posted online can last forever. After yesterday's World Cup result, emotions ran high. But every one of us has a choice. Do we fuel hate or do we choose respect? Today we choose respect. Program Director, Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Reverend Nissen, representatives of UNESCO, representatives of SM for Peace Coalition, distinguished panelists, colleagues from government, from the academia, civil society, the media, technology sector, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this important multi-stakeholder dialogue under the theme, No to Hate, celebrating work that builds and unites. We gather today at a very critical moment in our democratic journey. Around the world, and indeed in South Africa, societies are confronting increasingly complex challenges posed by hate speech, by misinformation, by xenophobia, by discrimination, and of course the erosion of trust in public institutions. These phenomena threaten not only individual dignity and safety, but also societal fabric upon which democratic societies depend. Yet, while it is important to acknowledge these challenges, today's dialogue is intentionally framed around hope, collaboration, and solutions. We are here not merely to discuss what is broken, but we are here to celebrate what is working. We are here to recognize the many individuals, the many organizations, the many institutions, the many communities that are actively building bridges, promoting inclusion, protecting human rights, and strengthening democratic resilience. The Center for Human Rights, ladies and gentlemen, is honored to join UNESCO and the SM for Peace Coalition and the South African Human Rights Commission and all partners in creating this platform for engagement. We firmly believe that sustainable responses to hate speech and harmful narratives require collective action. No single institution can address these challenges alone. Governments, civil society organizations, the academia, journalists, faith communities, technology platforms, youth leaders, and ordinary citizens all have a role to play. The theme of today's event reminds us that words matter. Words can undermine democracy, but they can also strengthen it. As scholars and practitioners of human rights, we know that freedom of expression and human dignity are not competing values. Rather, they are mutually reinforcing pillars of a democratic society founded on respect, equality, and indeed inclusion. As South Africa prepares for future electoral processes and continues to navigate social, economic, and political pressures, the importance of fostering social cohesion cannot be overstated. Democratic resilience is not measured only by the strength of our institutions. It is also measured by our ability to disagree without dehumanizing one another, to engage across differences, to protect vulnerable communities, and indeed to uphold the constitutional values that bind us together as a nation. Today's program reflects this spirit. Through discussions and information integrity, legal and institutional responses, community initiatives, digital ethics, and responsible public discourse, and the development of a shared declaration of democratic solidarity, we have an opportunity to learn from each other and to identify practical pathways forward. I encourage all participants here today to engage openly, to listen respectfully, and to contribute constructively. Let us use this space to exchange ideas, to challenge assumptions, to build partnerships, and indeed to strengthen our collaborative commitment to a society where every person is treated with dignity and respect. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to express our sincere appreciation to all the speakers, to all the moderators, organizers, and participants for dedicating their time and expertise to this important conversation. Your presence here demonstrates that there remains a strong and vibrant commitment to democratic values and human rights in South Africa. As we commence our proceedings, let us remember that social cohesion is not just an abstract concept. It is built every day through our action. It is built every day through our institutions. It is built every day through our policies. It is built every day through our interactions with one another. The work of building inclusive, peaceful, and resilient societies belong to all of us. I wish you a productive and inspiring dialogue, and I do look forward to a rich discussion that will emerge throughout the day. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Jack. We now move to the official opening and the keynote address for today. Colleagues, the South African Human Rights Commission is constitutionally mandated to promote, protect, and monitor the observance of human rights in South Africa. In a moment where public discourse, digital platforms, social cohesion and democratic participation are, as we've heard, increasingly connected, that mandate requires both vigilance and partnership. Today's keynote asks an important question. What is working in South Africa's efforts to counter hate speech and build social cohesion as well? So often in the human rights spaces, we spend much of our time naming the crises. That is necessary, but today also asks us to recognize the institutions, the partnerships, the legal tools and public education work and community efforts that are already helping to build and reunite. It is therefore my honor to invite the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, Reverend Chris Nissen, to officially open today's No to Hate dialogue and deliver the keynote address. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and friends. It's a privilege to welcome you at hashtag No to Hate dialogue, convened under the theme, Celebrating Work that Builds and Unites. Good morning also to those online, and thank you for inviting the South African Human Rights Commission as your partner. Allow me first to acknowledge UNESCO and the Social Media for Peace, partners for their leadership, together with the Center for Human Rights, the South African Human Rights Commission that has brought us together here today. We welcome representatives of civil society, organizations, community-based organizations, faith leaders, media practitioners, youth and women-led organizations, academics, development partners, and all those who have dedicated their time and energy to strengthening social cohesion and democratic accountability in South Africa. Your presence here matters. It signals that despite our differences, there remains a broad and determined coalition, committed to the idea that democracy is not sustained by institutions alone, but by the daily choices we make about how we speak to one another, choices we make about how we disagree and how we protect the dignity of those who are most vulnerable. We meet at a moment of real and genuine democratic concern. Across South Africa, and indeed across many democracies, we are witnessing the normalization of hate speech, xenophobic mobilization, dehumanizing language, and harmful online narratives that increasingly shape public conversations. Language that would once have been recognized as dangerous is too often dismissed as merely provocative. Rumors travel faster than facts. Outrage is rewarded with attention. Vulnerable communities become convenient targets for anger that has many causes but seeks a single face. Let us be clear. The purpose of this gathering is not to avoid difficult conversations. South Africans have legitimate concerns about migration policy, crime, access to service, unemployment, governance failure, and economic insecurity. In a constitutional democracy, these issues must be debated openly and robustly. Indeed, democracy requires such a debate. But there's a profound difference between debating policy and dehumanizing people. There's a difference between demanding effective governance and declaring that entire communities are criminals or invaders or less deserving of our rights. There's a difference between criticism and incitement, between disagreement and intimidation, between democratic contestation and the creation of public enemies. We gather because words do not remain online, abstract or harmless. Words shape belonging, words shape who is protected and who is exposed. Words can build democracy, but they can also prepare the ground for exclusion and violence. As the Commission has consistently affirmed, freedom of expression is a foundational democratic right. Our constitutional commitment to free expression emerged from a painful history of censorship, silencing, banning, and racial authoritarianism. We know what it means for the state to suppress dissenting voices. We know the dangers of allowing power to decide which opinions may be heard. For that reason, Section 16 of the Constitution protects freedom of expression with great seriousness. Yet our Constitution is equally clear that this protection is not a license to dehumanize, threaten, intimidate, or incite harm against vulnerable groupings. Freedom of expression exists within a broader constitutional architecture that also protects dignity, equality, freedom, and security of the person, access to services, and democratic participation. These values are not competitors. They are partners and in reinforcing one another. A constitutional democracy must be capable of holding two truths at once. First, that people have the right to speak, criticize, protest, organize, and challenge power. And second, that no one should be stripped of their humanity in this process. This is especially important when we speak about migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and non-citizens. Under our Constitution and under international human rights law, they are not problems outside the reach of the constitutional concern. They are right bearers. They are human beings entitled to dignity, equality before the law, and protection from violence and discrimination. A democracy must be strong enough to protect uncomfortable speech, but principled enough to reject speech that turns people into targets. It's important, especially in difficult times, to recognize that South Africa is not starting from zero. We possess a remarkable constitutional and institutional foundation. A constitution that places dignity, equality, and freedom at its center. The Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, equality courts designed to provide accessible remedies, the Chapter 9 institutions that support constitutional democracy, and an independent landscape, strong civil society networks, fact-checking initiatives and information integrity projects, community organizations that work every day to prevent conflict and support vulnerable people. What is the role of the Commission? The South African Human Rights Commission plays a critical role in this ecosystem. The Commission receives complaints, conducts public education, investigates alleged rights violations, supports accountability process, and where appropriate, use litigation and equality court mechanisms to advance constitutional protection. But the Commission does not act alone, but within the broader ecosystem of protection. Across the country, public interest organizations provide legal assistance, migrant support, digital rights analysis, media monitoring, fact-checking, research, and public education. Journalists expose harmful narratives, community leaders mediate tensions, researchers identify emerging risk. Youth organizations create counter-narratives, faith communities offer solidarity and protection. These are not small achievements. They are evidence that democratic resilience already exists. The challenge before us, therefore, not simply to create new institutions. It is to connect existing mechanisms more effectively, make them more accessible, and ensure that they can respond more quickly when hate speech becomes a precursor to intimidation and violence. The question is not whether South Africa has tools. The question is whether we are willing to use them early, collectively, and with sufficient courage. As we begin this dialogue, I want to leave you with a simple but important reflection. Democracies rarely fail all at once. They are weakened gradually. When dehumanizing language becomes ordinary, when fear becomes a political strategy, when truth becomes negotiable, and when some people are made to feel they do not fully belong. Our task today is to insist that South Africa can choose a different path, one that protects robust debate without surrendering dignity, one that confronts real problems without creating false enemies, and one that strengthens social cohesion, not through silence, but through constitutional, evidence-based, and humane engagements. That is the work that builds. That is the work that unites. And that is the work to which I hope this dialogue will recommit all of us. Fellow human rights defenders, if we accept that the words shape our democracy, then we must also ask a critical question. What kind of information environment are we creating for the democracy to inhabit? The answer is that question matters because increasingly our understanding of reality is shaped not only by what happens in our communities, but by what appears on our phones, on computer screens, and our social media feeds. The digital public square has expanded opportunities for participation and expression in ways that were unimaginable a generation ago. It has amplified voices that were once excluded and has enabled communities to organize, educate, and hold those in power accountable. These are the achievements that should not be underestimated. But the same technologies that connects us can also divide us. The same platforms that amplify democratic participation can amplify misinformation, hatred, and fear. They can reward outrage over accuracy, emotion over evidence, and division over dialogue. The challenge before us, therefore, is not whether we should embrace technology. The challenge is how we ensure that our digital space remain compatible with the values of our constitutional democracy. Hence, information integrity is a human rights issue. Too often, discussions about misinformation or harmful online content are treated as a technical issue or matters of platform governance alone. They are far more than that. Information integrity is a fundamental human rights issue. When false or manipulated narratives portray entire communities as criminals, disease carriers, economic burdens, or existential threats, those narratives do not simply distort public debate. They influence how people are treated in their neighborhoods, schools, workplace, enroll their children in public institutions. They shape whether people feel safe enough to report crimes, seek health care, enroll their children in school, or participate in civic life. False information can undermine trust in public institutions. It can deepen social divisions. It can weaken confidence in democratic processes. It can create fear where none should exist and silence those who most needed protection. For this reason, the work of fact checkers, investigative journalists, researchers, media monitors, and digital rights organization has become indispensable to the protection of human rights. Equally important are the educators who teach digital literacy, the community organizations that challenge misinformation before it spreads, and the responsible media professionals who verify facts before publishing stories. Their work is not simply about correcting errors, it's about protecting the conditions in which democracy can function. In the digital age, social cohesion depends not only on what the law says, but on whether the information environment allows truth, dignity, and accountability to survive. This is why stronger partnerships are essential. Researchers must work more closely with journalists. Journalists must work more closely with civil society. Civil society must be able to engage effectively on all these technological platforms. Human rights institutions must strengthen collaboration with law enforcement educators, community leaders, and technology companies. No single institution sees the entire picture, but together we can identify patterns of harm early enough to intervene before those harms becomes a crisis. It's important to understand how hate develops. And I like to say that nobody is born with hate. Nobody is born with hate. It all comes with lots of political, religious, ethnic, cultural, class, wealth, and power. And it is that socialization that creates an environment for hate and prejudice. One of the most dangerous misconceptions about hate speech is that it begins with violence. It does not. Violence is usually the end of a much longer process, with stereotypes repeated so frequently that they begin to sound like facts, with selective stories that highlight only the crimes committed by members of one community while ignoring the broader reality, with rumors presented as evidence, with coded language that allows prejudice to hide behind seemingly respectable words, with jokes that normalize contempt, with slogans that reduce complex social problems to simplistic explanations, with constant suggestions that some people do not really belong. History teaches us that societies do not move overnight from disagreement to violence. They move gradually through the normalization of exclusion. Each repetition makes the next statement easier to accept. Each stereotype widens the distance between us and them. Each act of dehumanization narrows the circle of empathy until people who once appeared to be neighbors become viewed as threats and enemies. Hate speech works by shrinking the moral circle. It asks society to believe that some people are less worthy of care, less entitled to rights, and easier to sacrifice. This is why we must recognize early warning signs rather than waiting for visible violence before acting. When inflammatory online posts lead to intimidation in communities, when rumors result in migrant-owned businesses being targeted, when misinformation causes people to be denied access to service, when fear keeps individuals away from schools, clinics, or police stations, the damage has already begun. The line between online and offline harm has become increasingly difficult to draw. A hashtag can become a protest, a rumor can become a mob, an anonymous post can become an act of intimidation. Digital space are no longer separated from our communities, they are part of them. Let me also address an issue that understandably generates strong public feeling. Migration is a legitimate subject of public policy. Every sovereign state has the right and indeed the responsibility to regulate immigration through lawful, transparent and accountable processes. Government must ensure that immigration systems functions effectively and fairly. The Constitution does not protect public debate by allowing entire communities to be turned into public enemies. We have to look at the democratic responsibility in the year ahead. These conversations become even more significant as South Africa prepares for the 2026 local government elections. Elections are moments of great democratic importance. They are opportunities for vigorous debate, competing visions, and robust public engagements. But they also carry particular risk. Around the world, election periods have too often become fertile ground for misinformation, polarization, scapegoating, and the exploitation of fear. South Africa and all of us must resist that trend. Political competition must never depend upon identifying vulnerable communities as convenient scapegoats. It must never depend upon language that inflames tension or legitimize exclusion. Nor should media organizations, technological platforms, public officials, or community leaders contribute, whether intentionally or inadvertently, to narratives that deepen division or place already vulnerable communities at greater risk. Our democracy deserves better. The strength of an election is measured not only by the integrity of the vote, but also by the integrity of the public conversations that precedes it. The democratic resilience is tested not only by whether elections are held, but whether the road to those elections protect the dignity and safety for all who lives here, as correctly pointed out by my colleague, all who lives in South Africa. Interesting, our act is very clear. The act of the South African Human Rights Commission says that we must protect, promote, and monitor the rights of all people in the Republic of South Africa. Social cohesion, therefore, is not an optional aspiration to be pursued only in peace times. It is one of the essential conditions for democratic resilience. It is the patient, deliberate work of ensuring that constitutional rights remain meaningful even when society is under great pressure. As we continue our discussions today, let us remember that preventing hate speech and xenophobic mobilization is not simply about responding to crises after they occur. It's about recognizing the early signs of harm, interrupting the machinery of scapegoating, and ensuring that our democracy remains anchored in truth, dignity, and equal belonging for everyone who calls South Africa home. Before I conclude, I want to return to the question that should remain with all of us throughout this dialogue. What will success look when we leave this room? It will not be measured by the eloquence of our speeches, the quality of our presentations, or even by the extent of our agreement. These things have value, but they are not enough. Success will be measured by whether today's conversation are translated into practical action. It will be measured by whether we strengthen the relationships, systems, and commitments that enable us to prevent harm before it escalates. It will be measured by whether 6 months or a year from now, communities feel safer, public discourse is more responsible, and institutions are better equipped to respond when rights are threatened. There's a broad agreement that hate speech is harmful. There's a broad agreement that xenophobia has no place in our constitutional democracy. There's a broad agreement that misinformation and disinformation undermines social cohesion. The challenge before us no longer simply to condemn these harms, the challenge to organize ourselves to prevent them. That requires moving beyond isolated efforts towards a genuinely coordinated national response. Today, we have gathered representatives from government, constitutional institutions, civil society, academia, community organizations, faith-based communities, migrants associations, youth formation, women's organizations, journalists, researchers, digital rights experts, and development partners. Each sector brings expertise that maybe the other don't have, other sectors do not possess. Therefore, the Commission's task is to investigate complaints, educate the public, facilitate dialogue, and pursue accountability through the legal mechanisms to fit it. Civil society organizations can provide legal assistance, community support, advocacy, and early warning of emerging tensions. Journalists can expose misinformation, verify facts, and uphold ethical reporting. Researchers can identify patterns, analyze emerging risk, and provide evidence that strengthen policy response. Faith leaders can build trust across communities and remind us of our shared humanity. Youth leaders can challenge harmful narratives where they spread most rapidly and create messages of inclusion and hope. Technology platforms have a responsibility to respond swiftly when the services are used to amplify incitement, coordinate harassment, or harmful misinformation. Law enforcement agencies have a duty to act decisively when criminal conduct occurs, while protecting the constitutional rights of everyone. No single institution can accomplish this work alone, but together our combined efforts can become far greater than the sum of their parts. This is why I hope that the declaration emerging from today's dialogue will be more than a statement of principle. I hope it becomes a practical framework of action, one that clearly identifies reporting pathways for our communities, one that strengthens rapid response mechanism when tension begins to escalate, one that improves cooperation between human rights institutions, law enforcement, and community institutions, one that supports responsible political communication during election periods, one that strengthens partnership with media houses and digital platforms, one that encourages investments in digital literacy, fact-checking, and public education, and one that ensures that those experiencing hate speech, discrimination, or intimidation know where to turn, confident that they will be heard and protected. The measures of this dialogue will not be whether we agree that hate is wrong, speech is wrong. The measures will be whether we live with relationships, commitments, and mechanisms that can interrupt and destroy harm. The work that builds and unites. Our theme today invites us to celebrate work that builds and unites. This is a powerful reminder that democracy is sustained only by resisting what is wrong. It's also sustained by building what is right. The work of preventing hate speech is ultimately the work of democratic repair. It's the work of restoring trust where suspicion has taken root. It's the work of safeguarding dignity when some would deny it. It's the work of ensuring that every person who lives in South Africa can experience not only formal equality, but under the law, but a genuine sense of equal belonging within our societies. This is not easy work. It asks us to resist simplistic explanations of complex problems. It asks us to reject easy scapegoats when frustration and uncertainty tempt us to find someone to blame. It asks us to insist upon evidence rather than rumor. It asks us to listen before judging. It asks us to defend the humanity of people with whom we may profoundly disagree. Most importantly, it asks us to remember that our constitutional values are stronger not when circumstances are easy, but when they are tested. One of the greatest strengths of our Constitution that it refuses to present us with false choices. It does not ask us to choose between freedom of expression and dignity. It does not ask us to choose between robust democratic debate and equal protection under the law. It does not ask us to choose between security and human rights. Instead, it calls us to hold these values together, to defend freedom of expression in ways that also can defend dignity, to encourage vigorous public debate while rejecting dehumanization, to promote accountability without legitimizing hatred, to build social cohesion without demanding silence or conformity. As the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu so often reminded us, our humanity is bound together. The dignity of one person cannot be separated from the dignity of another. When we diminish another person's humanity, we diminish our own. The truth remains as relevant today as it was during our democratic transition. As we continue with today's program, I encourage every sector represented in this room to ask a simple question. What concrete commitments can we make before we leave? Not next year, not when another crisis emerges, not another community experience violence or intimidations. Today, what partnership can we strengthen? What reporting mechanisms we can improve? What educational initiatives we can expand? What misinformation can we challenge? What vulnerable group communities can we support? What conversations can we lead with greater courage and greater integrity? Small actions taken consistently and collectively build resilient democracies. They protect communities, they restore trust, and they remind people that constitutional rights are not abstract promises, but live realities. Friends and colleagues, fellow human rights defenders, South Africa has overcome immense challenges because at decisive moments, people chose courage over fear, solidarity over divisions, and hope over despair. Now we face another such moment. The threats may look different. They may arrive through social media feeds instead of state propaganda. They may spread through rumors rather than official decrees. They may emerge from anonymous accounts instead of formal institutions. But the constitutional response remains the same. We defend human dignity. We uphold equality. We protect freedom of expression. We reject hatred. We strengthen democratic institutions. And we build communities in which everyone can live in safety and with equal respect. So let us not be a day, let this not be a day on which we merely describe the problem. Let it be a day on which we strengthen partnerships. Let it be a day on which we can deepen trust. Let it be a day that we can commit ourselves to practical action. Let it be a day which we build the relationships, the principles and mechanisms that will protect people and strengthen our democracy for generations to come. Because to say no to hate is not enough. We must also say yes to the truth, yes to dignity, yes to equality, yes to equal belonging, and yes to the patient, courageous, and deeply democratic work that builds and unites. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission, for that very powerful message, and a message that clearly locates today's work within the broader struggle for dignity. And I think, Chairperson, you mentioned the word interrupt a few times, and to interrupting the machinery of scapegoating and to interrupt harm. And may I then request that we all then, in solidarity, we become the interrupters, not interrupters of debate, but interrupters of harm, and that we move this discussion in that beautiful framing. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for that submission. I'm going to ask colleagues, we're going to amend the program a little bit to ask you to go and fetch some tea or coffee, and we'll take a 8 to 10 minute tea break, and we're going to ask you to bring that inside so that we can continue with the first panel discussion. So if I can ask you then to enjoy yourself within the next 10 minutes for a tea break, after which we're going to go straight into our panel discussions. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to those online as well. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can make our way back into the room, please fetch your snacks and your refreshments so that we can have a working session if you are still in need of some energy. And then we can continue with this very interesting panel number 1 that we have lined up for you. So if everyone can just make their way into the room, we will be very thankful. Thank you so much. If we can all just return to the venue so that we can allow proceedings to... Yes, yes, William will get everyone back in the room. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that tea break. Just a quick one as well. We are joined by participants online. Thank you for interrupting the tea break there, Mr. Bird. We are joined also online by several of our colleagues, and we are encouraging you to also post online on the socials, #NoToHate. We have asked that we just don't have to include the venue just for risk assessment and risk purposes, but other than that, you are free to also share the key messaging that we are clearly hearing from today. Now it is my privilege to introduce the first panel. If we can just have the final colleagues make their way into the room. Oh, no, Mr. Bird, I think the message is well received. Thank you so much. Panel number 1 is strengthening information integrity and countering harmful narratives. And mine is just to introduce to you our facilitator and moderator for this very important discussion, Advocate Afika Ngqethu. If I can hand over to you to continue with this very interesting conversation and certainly building on what the chairperson has already provided to us this morning. Thank you so much. You want to have my mic, no problem.
Good morning, everyone. As already advised, my name is Afika Ngqethu. I'm an acting senior legal officer at the Legal Services Unit of the South African Human Rights Commission. I think it's really important to begin by framing this conversation with considering academic author Etienne Muirnick, who speaks to the idea of South Africa's constitution acting as a bridge that signals a shift from a culture, an authoritarian culture, to a culture of justification. So all action, whether taken by the state or private actors, should be framed within the constitution. All action should be constitutionally defensible. But we understand that we are now currently existing in a landscape where information is increasingly complex and contested. And as so brilliantly stated by our opening speaker from UNESCO this morning, we are dealing with the crisis of information integrity. Harmful narratives ranging from hate speech to disinformation and coordinated online mobilization are starting to shape public discourse and translating this into real-world harm. So today's first panel conversation is going to be around strengthening information integrity and countering harmful narratives. I'm also really fortunate to have an exceptional panel before us today whose work spans across human rights advocacy, digital monitoring, community engagement, and fact-checking. I felt that I wouldn't necessarily do all of my panelists justice by having to do a bio. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce each panelist briefly, but I'm going to ask you to speak about not only yourself, but importantly, the organization and the nature of the work that you do. Consider some of the successes that your organization has had within the sphere of the work that it's had. And if we could keep that, the introduction to at least maybe 3 minutes per person, just for us to get a proper sense of what the organizations do before we dive into the conversation. So having said that, I would like to then firstly introduce Commissioner Tshepo Madlingozi, who is a commissioner at the South African Human Rights Commission. Commissioner, we'll start with you.
Is this working? Yeah, good morning. I worry that people at the back can't see me. And in my culture, you shouldn't address people sitting, but we said we are united in our diversity. So I will forgo of my culture today. As has been said, my name is Tshepo Madlingozi. Thank you so much to the organizers of this event. This event is timely, is urgent, is very, very important, but most importantly is forward-looking. So I come from the South African Human Rights Commission. My portfolios are anti-racism, education, and equality. Anti-racism, not non-racism. You know the difference between the two. I used to be a teacher, so I won't point out for answers. We deliberately say anti-racism because we are interested in a deliberate, active, intentional efforts to dismantle institutional and structural racism. Not non-racism, which is passive, which is non-committal. Okay? And therefore, we are interested, as I said, in institutional and structural racism. Part of that work means that we don't get excitable by interpersonal, individual utterances. Of course, they're important. Of course, they excite the public imagination. But for us, from an anti-racism perspective, it is to move beyond that excitable moment and really focus on how do we dismantle these narratives. So we place our work in the longer journey of colonialism, apartheid, dehumanization, and so forth. Part of that, of course, means that information integrity becomes important because, of course, harmful narratives, whether they are racist, whether they are xenophobic, whether they are homophobic, ableist, they don't land on neutral grounds. They land in a society still shaped by colonialism, apartheid, racial hierarchies, and inequality. You remember Frantz Fanon's one of his lines. It's not one of his most famous lines, but it's a line where he says, colonialism is a lie. We answer it with our own lie. But we are beyond that kind of society now. We are part of a society that seeks to be built on respect and dignity and equality. Now, the last thing that I want to say is that you said we should introduce our institutions. The work of the Human Rights Commission, of course, as the chairperson has said, is to promote, protect, and monitor. But that's a secondary task. At a more profound level, our task is to inculcate a culture of human rights. To inculcate a culture of human rights. There is no culture of human rights in the context of misinformation, disinformation, and harmful narratives. That's impossible. So, from a promotional mandate, what we are very much interested in is how do we turn these moments of hatred, of xenophobia, of homophobia into pedagogical moments, public education, webinars, promotional material. So that's what we do at a promotional level. At a protective level, the protection mandate, which is what we are mostly well known for, complaints handling, our own accord investigation. And here we are very, very clear that litigation is not enough. You can't litigate yourself out of dismantling this kind of narratives. You can't. Law can never enough. In fact, law is a blunt instrument. I used to say I'm a lawyer-hating lawyer 20 years ago when I used to teach. Law is very blunt. So part of our litigation is to always ask for 4 things from respondents. 1, a public apology, unconditional public apology, and undertaking not to repeat statements. 2, a sensitization. Now, I know some radicals don't believe in diversity sensitization. We think it's important. We think it's important because all of us understand our history differently. 3, community service, and then 4, sometimes a fine. Sometimes a fine so it hits people in the pocket. Then we've got the monitoring mandate. This is where it becomes important from an online perspective, where we've set up a dedicated unit, Human Rights and Developing Technologies, headed by Dr. Carter, which we set up a few years ago because we realized that developing technologies are going to be a space where human rights violations are going to occur. We've got a very, as I said, dedicated unit that monitors online harm, that liaises with platforms, tech companies for takedowns, but also to ban certain ways. Then the last thing that we do is, of course, liaising with civil society, liaising with the state, and so forth. Let me just highlight 3 interventions that we are doing in this space. The first is in July, Mandela Month, we will be launching a policy brief on information integrity. As I said, we're not interested in a reactive mode, but how do we at a systemic level intervene? So the first intervention that we'll be launching is a policy brief on information integrity. Here we are saying that we're not interested only in content takedowns, but how do we platform accountability? How do we achieve platform accountability? How do we achieve the non-amplification of certain narratives? And most importantly, how do we achieve reparation, remedies for affected communities? So that's 1. Number 2, we are part of something called the Digital Rights Alliance, which is an alliance of national human rights institutions on the continent and globally, which gives us a comparative analysis. Because, of course, when we talk about big tech, we are talking about multinational companies, and therefore transnational, international mechanisms become important. And then lastly, of course, we continue with our protection mandate. You have seen recently we've taken how should I call these people? Important people. Public figures. All of us are public figures, taking them on by consolidating complaints, and by really being very clear, without favor, without prejudice. We've done so on the use of the K word. We've done so on the use of the K word when it comes to Indian people. We've done so on cases of anti-Semitism. And we've done so also on cases of ableism, homophobia, as you saw last week or 2 weeks ago, last week. So that's what we continue to do. And therefore, part of what we are asking for is how do we partner together so we can use our powers to litigate, our powers to institute hearings and inquiries so that we can achieve some of these things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'd like to now call on Lista Rekotso, who is the Program Manager at Moxie Africa.
Thank you, Afika, and good morning, everyone. Morning. So, first of all, huge thanks to the Social Media for Peace South Africa Coalition, and well done for putting this event together. Moxie Africa is very pleased to be part of this partnership. As has been mentioned, I'm Lista. I'm the Program Manager for Monitoring, Research and Analysis at Moxie Africa. Many of you may still know us as Media Monitoring Africa, but we have rebranded. We are now Moxie Africa, simply because we are scaling up our work. We want to achieve, we want to be bigger, better, and achieve more impact. In a nutshell, for the full story of how or why we're rebranding, please speak to William Bird or any person from my team. So Moxie Africa has been around for over 33 years. We were first established in 1993 to monitor how the SABC was going to report the first democratic elections in South Africa. But since then, we've evolved as an organization. We do so much more than media monitoring now, and I guess that's why Moxie Africa fits. But our work still focuses on or centers around information integrity, ensuring that we instill information integrity. We have different programs around that, looking at access, looking at participation, looking at protection, and all of that. But we're also working around opening information, and here we are working at ensuring that people have access to meaningful, universal access to information, but also access to diverse and pluralistic media. We also do work around ensuring that we have safe and inclusive digital spaces, because everybody needs to be safe online, but also needs to be able to participate online without exclusion. We also work at empowering the public, because you cannot do the work that we're doing, including the discussions we're having, without the public. As well as just ensuring accountability. One of your questions was your successes or your success. It's very difficult when you've been around for over 30 years to point one success. I don't mean to brag, but we do have many successes as Moxie Africa. Many of them, thankfully, we've achieved with partners. So, we've not achieved all of our success. I think that's very key to mention, not just as Moxie Africa, but with partnerships that we've cultivated over the 3 decades that we've been, we've existed. I want to say shout out again to the Center for Human Rights. It was very brave of them to ask us to show up in our attires. Today, our traditional attires, today of all days, if you are an outsider like myself, you choose when to wear such attires. But I also want to just give a shout out to my mother, who made this beautiful top that I'm wearing. Thank you. I mentioned my mother deliberately because she, as many of our parents, she belongs to community groups, WhatsApp groups, where disinformation, misinformation, hate speech thrives, and where it often goes unchecked. And when you ask for data or access to data from platforms, usually content in groups will not be shared. And that's, that's problematic. But again, I mentioned my mother deliberately because she is a person who is in that group, who is every day exposed to this content and has to decide what to do about it, how to feel about it. But thankfully, I've had conversations with my family about that. So anyway, very difficult to mention Moxie Africa's work, but around the space that around hate speech, I'm happy to mention that in 2019 we developed a lexicon of hate and hateful terms in South Africa. So this was just basically looking at words, phrases, and terms that are used in utterances of hate speech. And that's a very good resource that I'm mentioning, because when we're talking to, for instance, media organizations and how to report the issues that we're dealing with, xenophobia and migration, they need to use, one of the things that we ask is for them to use inclusive language and proper language, and that language, can be obtained by using proper phrases and whatnot. But also, because this xenophobia and whatnot is happening in an election year, it's very important that when you're dealing with this, you just don't look at one aspect of the problem, but you look at the whole issue. And this is why we have, tools that we're deploying. One of them is a tool called Real 411. Many of you may be familiar with it, but this is basically a tool where, the public can report content that is mis and disinformation, harassment, incitement, hate speech, and all of that. The reason is because we want to build evidence of the content that is online, because if you're going to address the issues that we're talking about, you need evidence. But not just to build evidence, we're also looking at, or employing it as an early warning system, so that if there's content that is thriving online, we address it before it escalates. It's already been mentioned that it starts online and ends up in offline violence. Other than Real 411, we also have a tool called Political Adverts Repository. This is basically a repository of all political adverts. It's very important to monitor political adverts during an election year, because we know we've seen some political actors being involved in the discourse online about xenophobia and whatnot. Other than that, and I'm so glad that the Reverend earlier in his speech mentioned that no single organization can address the issues that we're addressing. And he kept emphasizing it, no single organization. And we share the same sentiment as Moxie Africa, and this is why we have developed a partnership on information integrity in elections. It's called PI, made up of different organizations. We have fact-checking organizations. I think Africa Check might also mention. We have researchers, we have academia, we have civil society, we even have media, and we have the IEC. So partnerships are very important when you are dealing with issues of hate speech, issues of disinformation, because no single organization can do it alone. I think I will speak again, hopefully, but thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think we will touch on the idea of collaboration as we go through the conversation, but I'm really glad that it's something that's already been highlighted. The third speaker I'd like to introduce is Ntombizo Domsane, founder of the African International Humanitarian Law Initiative.
Good morning, everybody. Are you well? Yes. All right. So because I do a lot of activations, I have to project and receive that energy back from you and also get that attention, especially from young people. But by way of introduction, as Africa said, I'm Ntombizo Domsane, and I'm a humanitarian and human rights activist. I do a lot of activations and educational programs within the community. I do mentorship and programs through iLegacy. It has given us the opportunity as a platform to address some of the issues that we have seen are so crucial. What I'm referencing to is undocumented issues. So in the past 2 years or so, since 2014 rather, we have been facilitating a virtual conference called Undocumented with the hashtags put yourself in their shoes. Why that's so important was because we identified that a lot of the issues around South Africa, in the communities in particular, is that we are seeing people talk about xenophobic issues, talk about the problems, but in isolation to organizations or institutions that fundamentally lead with the authority to address the issues. And we are seeing the progress in terms of partnerships and collaborations, and that is so important. And we still say we want to thrive in those spaces. We go into schools, we have discussions with young people and pick their brains about understanding what is it exactly that they understand about this issue. And then we also go and speak with different stakeholders, not just nationally, but internationally as well. we have had international stakeholders like the University of Stirling in Scotland ask us, what are we doing about xenophobia in South Africa, and are we prioritizing it as an issue? And that was a question 2 years ago before it even became an escalated issue again this year. So we are looking at partnering with these academic institutions to write articles, to publish, conference reports, share them with community members, and also take the document, which is the fundamental foundation of the constitution of our country. And we take it to the schools, we take it to the community, and we ask them, since the inception of this booklet, are you familiar with it? What does it mean to you? Does it apply to your everyday life? How do you use it in a practical sense? Or do you think it's something that is far-fetched or something that is a hypothetical idea? And we are seeing that a lot of people feel disenfranchised from the concept of human rights. And we are concerned with also the narratives that are whispering. And as I think Africa has asked, like, what are the identifying factors that you see simmering before they actually become a huge problem? And that was one of the issues where we saw undocumented, and then in the broad context of it being an issue. And when we started to speak about it, we wanted people to understand, why is it so important to understand why you have community members from other countries? What are they doing here? What brought them here? What motivates them? Can you relate to them? Let's break the barriers of misconception. Let us just meet each other from an African perspective. And you hear stories about some African nationals coming to the country with, they came for hope and stayed because they were welcomed. And now the story has changed. And so we are seeing systematically we need to pull up our boots collectively in essence of addressing some of the low-hanging fruits. We need to give confidence to community members to say, this constitution is not ideological. We're taking the theory and we're saying we can practically use it. There's a reason we have come so far. And that's why we also administer mentorship programs. We have volunteers from young students who come from like the University of Johannesburg. We also had from the University of Stirling. And we just try our best to meet them where they are. And we are doing these activations also as a thought of saying, if it was me, how would I want to be treated? And one of the points of departure in terms of speaking to young people, we were asking them, so if you are in South Africa, it's all great and grand. Now you're saying they must go. Now imagine, you get an opportunity to go across border, not even for Mozambique. What are you? What are you in Mozambique? Are you not a foreign national? How would you want people to treat you? How would you want people to translate in terms of the rights that you have, that you came with from South Africa, that you still have upheld in that country? So those are the conversations that we try to foster. And we welcome collaborations further. We have obviously done so in the past 2 years, even partnered with the University of Pretoria, and we thank you all for the opportunity, for the platform to have these discussions, and let's have a fruitful one.
Thank you so much. Last but certainly not least is Keegan Leach, who's a researcher at Africa Check.
Thanks. I'll give a very short introduction. As you said, I'm a researcher at Africa Check. We are a fact-checking and information integrity organization. To echo a little bit what the Commissioner said about the law, fact-checking can't be our only response, and that is why a lot of Africa Check's work isn't just fact-checking, but if you go to our website, you'll see we do a lot of work holding public figures and other news organizations and ordinary people on social media and so on to account for what they say, making sure that when someone says something in the public sphere and in the public eye, whatever they're saying is based off of accurate information. But it can't always be reactive like that, in the same way that the law can't be is a bit of a blunt instrument, because it can only step in after the fact, really. We also do a lot of work to try and promote accurate information preemptively. We do lots of sort of media literacy work, lots of work promoting accurate information and teaching people how to find it for themselves and how to do fact-checking for themselves. The idea being that if you can prevent someone from sharing something false in the first place, then you limit its reach much, much more than if you run after them trying to correct them. And we've worked with many, many partners over the years. We're part of PI, the initiative that Lister mentioned ahead of the upcoming elections this year. And we try and sort of lend our expertise and our assistance to partners and friends in the information integrity space wherever we can. We also have done a lot of work to try and, I guess, have a bit of an outsized impact. One of the things that's already been mentioned is the way that information is shared in South Africa is often not visible. Some of it is being shared in the media and on Facebook and things like that, but a lot of it is being shared in things like WhatsApp groups, which are private and closed and are important spaces for sharing information and forming community and so on, but are impossible to monitor. And so we've tried to set up programs like our podcast, What's Crap on WhatsApp, where people can forward us the WhatsApp messages that they're receiving for us to fact check, and we send out a little voice note podcast explaining some of the things that we've recently fact checked and what we found out about them. And that's a way to try and connect directly with people where they're sharing information and get a bit more insight into those closed platforms and things like that. So that's one of the ways that we are addressing that problem, and hopefully we'll talk about other ways that we're trying to improve information integrity and solve other problems surrounding that as we go.
Well, thank you so much. Okay, so now that we understand who's on the panel with us, let's actually dive into a few questions. But just for the room and for those online for housekeeping purposes, we will try to leave some space should there be any questions that anybody would like to pose to any members of the panel. Just obviously by show of hands. I can't see online with regard to hands, so I will rely on someone who can just give me a heads up if there's any hands online. So let's get into the first topic then of this conversation, which is the idea of monitoring harmful content online. So harmful narratives, as we now understand, don't just suddenly appear. They are built, they're repeated, and they're normalized over time before we actually see them escalating into real life actions. Lister, what are the most effective approaches currently used to monitor and identify online content, particularly hate speech and coordinated mobilization?
But I will I will try my very best to respond it by highlighting our work. I hope that's all right. So one of the most effective approaches to monitoring that we've seen or we found is, so when you're monitoring content, problematic content online, efforts do tend to go towards identifying individual content and addressing that content. So as and when you find it, you address it and whatnot. There's little effort that's going in understanding narratives, and I think that's where more effort should go towards. And at Moxie Africa, we are doing this through our elections project this year, where we are not, yes, we're looking at individual content, and having it reported and addressed through platforms like Real 411, but we're also monitoring narratives to understand what's going on in the discourse. And so here we have we are implementing a social media monitoring initiative where we'll be monitoring, or where we are monitoring major social media platforms in terms of the discourse around elections or around xenophobia and whatnot. So the reason we're doing this is to be able to understand trends in what's going on, so that if we're going to develop strategies to countering these things or to addressing these things, they're informed by not just looking at individual content, but also just looking at the whole narrative and what's informing that. But we're also, I think, looking at early warning systems that detect this content before they escalate. And I know I talked about 3411, but I need to mention that because I know that artificial intelligence will also come up, and we often always talking about artificial intelligence as, you know, it's problematic, it's causing this and that, but and yes, we also do talk about the opportunities that it presents, and at Moxie Africa we're using one of these opportunities that AI presents. This is by integrating artificial intelligence in our Real 411 tool, and also another tool that we call Insights into Incitement, that's just centered around understanding incitement and hate speech online. But I mentioned the integration of Rule 411 deliberately because if we're going to be having such discussions and looking at solutions, we need to embrace the opportunities that artificial intelligence plays, particularly in detecting the problematic content and addressing it before even humans get involved. So early warning detection, early warning systems, effective monitoring. I already talked about collaboration. So these are just some of the most effective monitoring approaches that we are seeing.
Thank you so much, and I'm really glad that you actually spoke to us about the idea of early warning signs, and in particular, the use of AI in countering false narratives, because I'm sure, as we know, if you go into social media platforms, you'll find so much AI-generated content that simply isn't true, but then you ask yourself, who is actually spending time in trying to counter these narratives? And I think it's a really responsible use of how we can actually use AI in the work that we do. Commissioner Makingozi, I'd like to ask you, from a human rights perspective, how should monitoring systems be designed to ensure effectiveness without infringing on fundamental freedoms? And I think when we speak about fundamental freedoms, we're effectively coming down to Section 16 of the Constitution, which is the right to free speech. So how do you think, in light of that, that monitoring systems should be designed?
Well, for us, the starting point is, of course, to be able to get the public themselves to monitor and to be the watchdogs, not just the Human Rights Commission, NGOs, or universities coming in. So this is why a couple of years ago, we publicized a very successful tool, a social media charter, which we take to schools, take to faith-based organizations to teach people about digital literacy, to teach people about how do you identify what is harmful and what is robust, the difference between the two. So it starts there, capacitating the public themselves to be able to do this. But when it comes to platform themselves, we are asking for maybe 4 things. One, we are asking for transparency. Because of course, these platforms are not just notice boards, they're not just neutral notice boards. They monetize attention, they amplify harmful narratives, their algorithms perpetuate this narrative. So they're not just neutral notice boards. So we are asking for transparency from them, number 1. Number 2, we are asking for accountability. Number 3, we are asking them to preserve evidence. How do you preserve evidence that you can use later? Because it's not enough just to take down, but for accountability to happen, there must be preservation of evidence becomes very, very important. But we are also asking them to systematically ban certain words. So it's not just about monitoring, it's about outlawing certain words. So we've been having conversation with some of them, for example, on the use of the K word with reference to black people. And some of them were been saying, no, but this is, people say it in context, people say it as a joke. We said, no, it's not a joke, it's not satire, it's not robust, So when you see this, automatically have AI mechanisms that will automatically ban it. So that becomes important, you're talking about the lexicon. Who was talking about it? Yeah, the lexicon. That, and we also thought about it, but we thought maybe we shouldn't do that because we don't want a exhaustive list, of a glossary. We speak about a glossary, and we decided maybe not. But yeah, we're also thinking about a glossary of certain ways that automatically will ban them, So from a monitoring perspective, that becomes important, and AI mechanisms that automatically outlaw certain ways. No debate, no context, no satire, no political speech. They must be out. But what is important here is transparency. As I said, it's about ability to preserve evidence. It's also, platforms themselves saying part of our corporate responsibility is to not leave it to just NGOs, First Africa Check and others, to educate the public. We have not seen them doing that, actively educating the public. That becomes very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I think your answer touches on two very important aspects. One, I think when we speak about this idea of a glossary or a list of words we don't want, this is not just something that is thumbsucked or that lawyers feel. We'd be working off existing jurisprudence where we have found courts consistently saying this particular word, the use of this particular narrative is hate speech. So I think we're not necessarily, and I think it's a good thing to understand that no one's trying to be limited in terms of their right to freedom of speech under Section 16, but rather that there is a limitation to that right because it then starts to infringe on other rights. Something else that you mentioned, Commissioner, that actually brings us over to the next sort of part of the conversation around platform responsibility and intervention, is we understand that technology platforms are central actors in shaping or the spread or containment of harmful narratives. Keegan, I'm interested in finding out that based on your research, where have platforms fallen short in responding to misinformation and hate speech? And I think as a secondary to that question, what practical tools or policies or enforcement mechanisms should they be strengthening?
Sure. Well, we have been fortunate enough to work with some social media platforms in trying to address false information. There are programs like Meta's third-party fact-checking program, which we are a part of, which exists to essentially try and stop the spread of false information. And there is sort of a difficulty in deciding what is the appropriate response for social media platforms to take. We don't want to encourage social media platforms to think of themselves as the arbiters of what is true and what is false and what can and cannot be said online. We do appreciate approaches where they turn to third parties and they turn to groups like Africa Check and other fact-checking organizations and ask them to provide assistance in that and provide services like fact-checking and so on. And we were very concerned when Meta indicated at the beginning of last year that they were going to be shutting down that fact-checking program in the US and potentially sort of scaling it back in the rest of the world. Because essentially there are other approaches that you can take. There are things like community notes and sort of those sorts of approaches where you crowdsource fact-checking and things like that. But we don't think that they are necessarily sufficient. You have to have some level to which a platform is being proactive and monitoring for false information, and then allowing experts and third parties and so on to have some effect in reducing the spread of it, whether that is flagging it on the platform or reducing its reach algorithmically or whatever it may be. Striking that balance is difficult, but we think that if platforms can at the very least be more proactive about reaching out to other organizations for help, even if that is something as simple as providing monitoring tools that organizations like Africa Check and Moxie Africa and the SAHRC can use to identify false or harmful content, then that's a huge step up. Because, you know, a lot of the stuff that goes around on social media, we don't have the tools to detect because it is content that is slightly more private or that is being shared slightly, you know, more out of public view and so on. And when platforms proactively identify that and report it to us, it gives us a bit more reach and a bit more range to fact check it. And when they act on our fact checks and our recommendations, that makes it more likely that that content will actually come down or stop spreading. So we don't want to offer up too much power to social media platforms, and we think that a good way for them to have a positive impact and to still make a difference in what's being shared online is to partner with other organizations who can act as a bit of a check on what's circulating.
I see a burning glint in Lester's eyes, so I'm going to let her have a dip at this answer. But when doing so, maybe also just consider examples where platforms have responded positively and where we've been able to then see some of the tools that are being used by the different institutions actually coming to fruition.
Thank you, Afika. I'm sorry, I had to jump on this question because we actually have a framework of cooperation as Moxie Africa, a framework of cooperation with platforms. This is how we're ensuring that they're brought to the table, they're sitting at the table and they're contributing to the discussions and solutions to the discussions that we're having. So that framework of cooperation is proving, it's not the first time we're doing it, it's proving to be working. So I thought we can't have this conversation about platforms without mentioning that framework. But we're also doing some work on behalf of the Special Rapporteur for freedom of expression and access to information in Africa with the support of UNESCO and the EU. So this is a project aimed at developing guidelines for Resolution 630. So you will remember that in 2025, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights passed 3 resolutions. These resolutions are 620 on access to data and 631 on public service content, and then 630 on information integrity, basically how the platforms are doing their duty to safeguard information integrity through independent fact-checking. And what this entails, it ensured that we went to gather or to develop these guidelines, we had to go across Africa and gather inputs from different stakeholders because we couldn't just develop it. One of the things that Resolution 630 calls for is to ensure that these guidelines are developed through a multi-stakeholder approach. So one of the things that's coming out, or that has been coming out consistently from the consultations on the responsibility of platforms to the discussion that we're having, is the lack of content or adequate content moderation in African languages. And that is a big problem because we all know that if I speak something in my language, utter something online and it's problematic, it will be a long time before it's checked, if it's even checked. Oftentimes this content goes unchecked because of the inadequacies in the coverage of African language moderation systems. But also, we need to talk about the double standards when it comes to platforms. So if I post problematic content on one platform, and maybe it's raised as an issue, this platform addresses it, takes it down, the same content will thrive properly on another platform. We need to ensure that we are working at ensuring that we remove the double standards around that. And just lastly, maybe how the platforms can come to the table. Again, it's just to ensure that they are transparent around their enforcement decisions, but also that they are responding more quickly to the content that we're seeing online. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lester. So the joy of having people who are actually quite experienced in panels of this nature is that you've actually answered a number of the questions I was going to ask, especially as it relates to fact-checking initiatives. So in the interest of time, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask 3 questions. One question is going to be to a specific panelist, and then I'm going to ask 2 last questions, and I'm going to allow the panel, whoever's interested on the panel, to then maybe give us their contribution. With regard, though, to media accountability mechanisms, I'd like to know what role should mainstream media and community media play in preventing the amplification of harmful narratives, particularly in vulnerable communities?
Thank you for the question. The role that they should play is just meeting where emotions are really regulated, because I feel like a lot of times when we're having discussions about these fundamental issues, they get overlooked by the censorship of we are too in the situation to understand the objectivity of the long-term impacts it would have. So media needs to also just be able to decipher who are the individuals in the rightful positions, community-based and so forth, not to just simply identify individuals on the roadside, mostly specifically, but also identifying which community members are playing a fundamental role on the ground to change narratives. And sometimes you see individuals that have more rapport maybe thrive in these sections or industries because they have the capacity to be able to gain accessibility. We're needing to see how best, intersections and, community leaders whose voices are never actually objectively heard on these issues, whether it is from a lived experience or from a distance of intersections of understanding community issues. And so the understanding of those factors in terms from community perspective is important. And then interventions from organizations, as you say, you are speaking to grassroots organizations, individuals and community members, which is critical and most effective. Now we're needing to see where is this information going? Is it reaching the people in the rural parts of the country that maybe only listen to radio as opposed to other medium streams of, that are out there and that are accessible? Are we really getting the right people to receive the information? Or are the people that are physically in front of them the ones giving them information subjectively to their own interpretation? And so media, as much as they have, the ability to thoroughly go nationwide, we are needing to do more work to give visibility, to give accountability, and also to be able to intercept sections where we are thinking maybe it's overlooked. So discussions on that is important. But I think media, in terms of fact-checking and intervening on some of these issues and following up on them, they are doing their best. They can do more, but we know that they would speak, I assume, rightfully with organizations that do thorough research and make sure that when these issues are brought up in communities, they are thoroughly checked and verified.
Thank you so much. So the last two questions, and this is to the panelists, because what we've also understood from a lot of the speakers today from the very beginning is that no single actor can address the challenges that we're currently facing within this particular issue. So to the panelists, I've got two questions in particular as they relate to collaboration. Firstly, what does meaningful collaboration between platforms, organizations look like? What does that actually mean in actual practice? And the second question would be, what are the biggest barriers to collaboration? How do we overcome them? So I want to leave that with the panelists. I see Ntombi with the hand up, so we'll give the first one to her.
All right, thank you. The most important aspect is conversations, breaking barriers, finding opportunities, meeting one another in networks and environments like this, but also that being that resources, particularly for community-based organizations here, so social enterprises being limited, and how do we meet them where they are? And then it is also understanding that using digital spaces to curb some of these limitations is crucial. Because in terms of finding resolutions for international partnership, it is easier when it is a hybrid platform where you are able to bridge the gap in terms of conversation, particularly on the hashtag No Hate. It is so crucial for people to understand that South Africans are not just bystanders. So conversations like this, it is so important so that it reaches further and we are able to share that information even if they were not part of it, so that, collaborations can be identified even through that. And working together in systems such as, communities that are in rural areas, I emphasize this again because we've identified through iLeReather that when we're doing campaigns or we are doing surveys, there are a lot of people who don't have the information or it's limited, or they are still trying to find out what does these institutions do and why is it important for them to come to us, or they feel we go to them but we never come back. So consistency, sustainability, how do we leave people with a sustainable solution in terms of we introduce the seed, we sow it, but then they can continue to water and move forward with it in terms of, sustainable solution resolutions, interception, social cohesion, in terms of understanding and identifying which stakeholders are important in some of the conversations. Are they going to contribute effectively and positively to what we are trying to achieve? And what is the long-term objective in terms of, are we going to meet their resource limitations? Are we going to meet in terms of the advocacy that they need? Are we able to identify, maybe there's an office, let's say for South African Human Rights Commission needed in a section of the country where it would benefit and thrive for people to receive the necessary resources that they need?
Thank you. And so again, Keegan has his hands up. I think we're going to speak to the last issue, which is what are the challenges to collaboration, I think, within the sector? Because we understand that there's a number of actors, and to a degree, there's a lot of intersecting work, and sometimes we do work together. But there's also an indication of silo working within the sector. So what could some of those challenges be and potential solutions to overcome them?
I actually wanted to speak about that because you mentioned the importance of finding the right stakeholders and the right people to show up. And that is actually one of the challenges, making sure that you actually have the people who have the biggest impact involved and willing to work with you in a collaboration. I don't know if we have, obviously there's no one on this panel, but I don't know if we have any representatives from government here today, but politicians and other public figures not only command a large audience, but also have a responsibility and an intimate contact with sort of the information that should help them know what they're talking about when it comes to the issues in the country and the things that are often blamed on migration rather than treated as more complex topics. And it's very important that we're getting people like politicians on board, not to pay lip service to the idea of countering hate and false information and things like that, but to actually make an effort in their public messaging, not to scapegoat certain communities and to make a real effort to share accurate information and healthy information. And it's not just politicians, it's also media, but I know we do have a lot of representatives from media here today. It's very important that, you know, when we are putting these coalitions together, we find people who do have large audiences, large influence on society, and especially the way that information is shared in society, and have them make real commitments, not just to showing up to the occasional event and giving a speech or appearing on a panel, but actually making sure that their public messaging is consistent. There are public figures today who are leading very large anti-migrant organizations who have come up through radio and other media, or who have come up through politics and things like that. And we need strong counter-narratives in those same spaces to make sure that you know, we are actually having an impact where it counts.
I see a mic moving. Okay, one more.
In terms of the challenges, you know how we say that part of the reason we have harmful narrative is what Chimamanda calls the danger of a single story. One of the dangers I've been in this space for about 20 years in civil society, is the danger of single issue organization focus, single issue focus, you know, which necessarily fragments us. Maybe it's unavoidable, that's fine. But part of the problem there is, you know, you saw it with Gaza, you know, where you're the emergence of, you know, what I call OGs, not original gangsters, but only Gaza activism. So you're talking about hatred, you're talking about genocide, but you're only focusing on one genocide, one issue, Gaza, for example. Or you're focusing only on one issue of migrants. Don't hate migrants, So the danger of single issue politics is the biggest danger in terms of collaboration. The second danger, of course, is the danger where we focus on lack of information integrity, disinformation, harmful narratives. Those are the outcomes. Those are the symptoms. But what are the root causes of this issue? So for us at the South African Human Rights Commission, last year we started a campaign called Promoting a Culture of Human Rights through the resolution of the national question. Because for us, that is at the core of what we are talking about, the failure to resolve the national question. And that failure is a failure to not only build a united nation, we are not a nation, that's what the social mistrust, that's what the divisions, and therefore harmful narratives, which is the end results. But the beginning is a failure to build a united, humane society. And part of that is that we have been, as I said, focused on a very liberal approach that focuses on outcomes, disinformation, misinformation, lack of information integrity. But the root cause is that we have failed to be honest about ourselves, with ourselves, which is, as we said, the Human Rights Commission, issues of reparations, issues of restitutions, issues of redress. Those are at the core of building a united society. Unless we fail to do that, we'll continue to focus on outcomes and symptoms. Thank you.
It's very difficult to follow that, but I'm going to respond to your earlier question around media and how we can, and I'll be very quick, I promise. So on the 18th, because I can see Dr. Carter there, on the 18th of June, we had a masterclass with media personnel on responsible reporting of xenophobia, migration, these issues that we're talking about. Because what we've seen is that oftentimes the media some will take content right from the way it appears online and put it in without any proper checks and whatnot. We showed, in the masterclass, we showed a clip that we identified as problematic. I don't know, I very much want to say the name of the media outlet that is responsible for this, but I will refrain from it. But this clip was reporting on migrants, and it was problematic in such a way that when we showed it, the whole room full of journalists were like, oh! Because they could not believe what they were watching. They could not believe that a fellow, from their fellow journalist or their fellow media outlet is behaving like that in how they're representing or reporting migration. This is just to show you that the media or the journalists themselves do recognize the challenges of reporting on xenophobia, migration, hate speech. They do recognize, and they are coming to the table in terms of getting access to resources and tools, and Africa Check, SAUGA, IEC, and Moxie Africa, SANEF. We've been going around the country delivering training to journalists on how they can better report on elections, and we're including issues that we're talking about now. What I want to say is that the journalists now need to move from just being shocked at how their fellow journalists are reporting these issues to deliberately going out there to look for resources, look for tools. And one of the tools that Moxie Africa has is a tool called Media Attack Report System, MARS, where the journalists themselves who are seeing the content that is problematic online, and this is mainly attacks against them, can be reported to that tool so that they can be addressed. Evidence is a very big thing. I'm going to end by saying that in response to your question around platforms, the framework of cooperation works. Partnerships with tech platforms or social media platforms, they do work. It's just that they're very slow, and mostly we don't know where to go because they're not very visible and they're not making themselves very visible. But when they do come forward, it does, we've seen that it works. So please, we need to emphasize the need for partnerships, we need to emphasize the need for collaboration, not just with the partners, not just with the civil society, but even with the public that we often leave out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lister. So in the interest of time, unfortunately, we can't actually take as many questions, but where the questions were posed, either on the chat or if someone had a burning question, please feel free to come and approach me. I will then take note of your question and then happily share it with one of the panelists or all of the panelists so that you can get a considered response. But what we do understand coming from this conversation is that strengthening information integrity is not just a technical or a regulatory challenge. It is a societal and human rights imperative that requires accountable, transparent platforms, ethical and responsible media, strong fact-checking ecosystems, digitally empowered communities, and sustained collaboration across all sectors. So in closing, one question I would like for all of you to sit with is, what is one action you can take today or even tomorrow to counter harmful narratives in your own space. Because ultimately, safeguarding the integrity of our information ecosystem is not the responsibility of a few, it is a shared responsibility amongst all of us. On that note, I thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Afika, and the brilliant panel. I think it took us through a lot of questions that perhaps we even wanted to answer a little bit later on the program, but I'm inspired by the messaging and the richness of the discussions. I also want to just comment on the participation today. We had an overwhelming response from partners in the sector, but also we have government departments, the Department of Communications, Digital Technologies, Department of Social Development. We've got SALGA, the Department of Education, GCIS, the Info Regulator, and the Department of Justice. So we have these actors in the room or online, and I do encourage them to also, as Afika has invited, to post questions in the chat boxes, to send us their engagement if they are not on the program today, because certainly they are very, very important actors on this discussion. In the interest of time, also colleagues, we're going to go straight into panel number 2, protecting human dignity through law and community action. I want to invite Kyle, as well as his panelists, to join us here in the front. And we will kick it off with Dr. Gumedze. Would you like to join us this side? And all the other colleagues, please. And we're going to try and keep it to discussions which has not yet been highlighted in the first panel. And where we can, we're going to try and speed up some of the conversations. As I've indicated, we had overwhelming interest in this discussion, and we're even going to spotlight some of the efforts a little bit later on. We might have to move lunch a few minutes later, but we're going to try and make up the time so that we make sure we don't miss anything. So thank you so much for the panelists in the room, and over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Carl Jansen, and I'm a researcher at the Center for Analytics and Behavioral Change, where we work at the intersection between what is happening online and what occurs offline, narrative study and the like. So I'll keep that short. So we've of course had that first panel giving us a clear picture there of hate speech online, platform accountability and the like. We're now going to shift our attention to what we can do about it through law, institutions, and of course, community action. And we are joined by our two panelists over here. The first being Dr. Sabelo Gumedze, who works at the Center for Human Rights at the University of Pretoria. Dr. Gumedze, if you don't mind giving you a brief, you have already introduced yourself this morning, so that's fine. And then we've of course got Tshepiso Hadebe, who is at Research ICT Africa. Tshepiso, if you don't mind giving us an overview of what you do, what your focus area is, and of course that of your organization.
Thank you so much, Carl. So is this on?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tshepiso Hadebe, and I'm a researcher at Research ICT Africa. We are working with CABC and Moxie on the Social Media for Peace South African project, but we've also done other digital platform regulation work, including some that we piloted earlier in February, the Digital Platforms Forum in Pretoria around, again, regulation of digital platforms as a whole, but day to day I focus on different aspects of digital policy and law, including AI regulation, AI governance, data policy, data governance, and digital public infrastructure. Thank you so much, Carl.
Perfect, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I can just also say briefly what the Center for Human Rights is for those who do not know. The Center for Human Rights is actually a department within the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria. And what we do is we teach, we also do advocacy, we also research on human rights, but we also litigate on issues of human rights. So I thought I should just mention that. Thank you.
I have definitely read a few court judgments where you were party to it. Now that we've rounded out our panel, South Africa finds itself once again at a moment in time where we see heightened engagement around xenophobia. In fact, we are one day before a big planned protest. And I would like us to start this session where that discomfort exists, because that is really where the honest conversations begin. Groups like Operation Dudula and March and March are gaining traction with predominantly, I'd say, 3 arguments. Foreign nationals are taking South African jobs, they are consuming the resources of the country, and they are involved in illegality as well as being here illegally. Now, Dr. Gumedze, before we dismiss these claims, I want to ask, is there any merit to what these groups are claiming? And regardless of the answer, does it justify what is happening?
Thank you very much for that. I think the first thing that I just wanted to mention, we are in South Africa. In 2001, there was a conference called the Durban Conference on Racism, where these issues were actually discussed around how we should actually treat each other. And then after that conference, there was something called the Durban Declaration and Program of Action that spoke to these issues around discrimination, xenophobia, Afrophobia, and related intolerance. And this was actually the crux of the matter, that in as much as we see racism, we must also treat each other with dignity. And then there was the plan of action after that. Now, I do not want to delve into speculative exercises where just because you see one specific group doing something, then you then paint with the same brush. I think that is very, very very unfair. That you can just say that foreigners are taking your job. What exercise have you undertaken? What are the statistics? Because we need to be actually evidence based. I know that that then creates that culture of assumptions, culture of misinformation in the process. And in as much as there might be some truth into what you are saying, but I think the manner in which you say that truth, which I believe must be evidence-based, then that will inform how we have to address it. But we cannot certainly take the law into our hands when we are dealing with such matters. I think there is a manner of approach. There is a manner in which we can address these issues, despite the complexity of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. And we are also joined by Mr. Phumlani Majakajaka here to answer Keegan's earlier question, where the government is involved. He is, of course, from the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Mr. Phumlani, if you don't mind giving a brief introduction as to your work. And
Thank you, Chairperson. Can you hear me, colleagues? Okay, good morning all. As it is stated that I'm Phumlani Majakajaka from Department of Justice. I'm a legal researcher. I'm working really on what the doctor has just talked about. I'm working on the directorate called Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Indeed, we are working on the National Action Plan to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. Indeed, the government has developed and finalized the National Action Plan and deposited it to the United Nations via the Department of Foreign Affairs. We are in the process of implementing the National Action Plan currently, and started during the 2019 and up to 2024 medium-term strategic framework. We work with all the relevant stakeholders, government departments, civil society, UN agencies, and other stakeholders, because implementing National Action Plan is not the responsibility only for government, it is the responsibility of people of South Africa. That is why we encourage everybody to be part and parcel of that process. The process will continue while we experience challenges, but as the conversation goes on, I'll dwell exactly on what progress that we have made as the country together with other stakeholders in combating racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Tipiso, we've now heard 2 action plans coming from it, and of course, Dr. Sabelo's answer. If populist speech is so wrong, why is it always so popular? Why do so many people buy into it?
Wow, that is an interesting one. I think I will just speak, I think, from a point of this sort of viral nature of digital platforms and the need to go viral, which I think my view would be that it tends to get that popularized because there's this inherent need to go viral. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think from my viewpoint, that will be probably it.
Mr. Phumlani, what does the evidence tell us that makes communities so vulnerable, or the structural conditions that make communities vulnerable to hate speech, to these type of populist narratives?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Before I go straight to your question, let me just give a little bit short and background on the action plan and together the hate crime and hate speech legislation. I'm not going to be too long. Indeed, as we remember that we were invited by United Nations to host the World Conference 2001 in Durban. Indeed, we heeded the call, of which the Durban Declaration was the resolution of that conference, where all states were requested without delay to develop the national action plans to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. Indeed, South Africa finalized its NAP and deposited it. Thereafter, we were also requested by United Nations to develop or to come up with a hate crime and hate speech legislation, which is not going to be contradictory to what we called PEPUDA, that is equality courts. It was a special legislation that we have to develop and make sure that it criminalizes racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. It does not contradict the equality courts. The equality courts, they still continue do what they does. As you may remember that wherever you feel being discriminated in whatever way, you report it to any nearest magistrate court because they were declared equality courts. And you can also report any discrimination to South African Human Rights Commission. They will do the investigation and they can do litigation, as they've mentioned here. In 2024, the President of South Africa really signed the hate crime and hate speech, of which is not yet in implementation. We are still awaiting for what we call the regulations. We are working in a big department. There is a branch which is called legislative development, which is responsible for regulations. I am coming from the branch called constitutional development. And then we work together. We are still waiting for that. Thereafter, it will be implemented. We will consult people when we have regulations, as we have done during the development of hate crime and hate speech and the development of national action plan. We went all over the country. During the hate crime and hate speech, we really encountered challenges, more especially on the LGBTI communities. But at the end, we ended up reaching a consensus. That is why it has gone this long way up until it was approved by Cabinet and signed by the President. In reality, on your question, Chairperson, I think we need to understand the history of our country. We are from colonialism, apartheid. All those years, Black people have suffered a lot. We have been isolated economically and otherwise. If you may remember, when I talk about the fault lines that were created by apartheid, I can mention few. The use of land, the use of social and economic exclusion, education, the list is endless. We still suffer such challenges as South Africans, more especially the Black people. Those things have not yet been addressed. If I can recall, I can even talk about the issue of the unfinished business of reconciliation, of which it is the responsibility of South Africans, not only the Black communities. We need to reconcile with the white people and have an agreement on how to work together and come out with integrated strategies to make sure that everybody is part and parcel of the economy. From there, you find that there's been people coming from South Africa in huge numbers. That has caused a lot of challenges within the community of South Africa, whereby you find that there is a scramble for limited resources, where you find that there's no proper integration of foreign nationals in our communities, of which we need a strong integrated strategy to integrate people. South Africans do not mean to say they cannot survive with foreigners. What is important is integration and the development wherever it comes. It's either UN, either from Europe, either America, wherever, either in South Africa. It should involve all the host and our visitors. But you find that most of the time you find UN agencies are here. Yes, it is their mandate to protect asylum seekers, refugees, and migrants. But when they bring about development, they should be inclusive, where all the communities, they benefit, where all the communities, they learn to survive together and prosper. Those challenges, if we do not address such challenges, the incoming of huge numbers, more especially when the people, they cry of crime, poverty, unemployment, illicit economy, the list is endless. You find that the communities are crying about legitimate issues, of which I can attest to the fact that even him, the president, has acknowledged that the issues that South Africans are raising are important and they need to be addressed. That is why it is not a secret that the government of South Africa is working, as we understand the current situation, making sure that we attend to the issues at hand. That does not mean that South Africa does not allow foreigners. As the Constitution says, everybody within the borders of South Africa have got the right to access social services. The only right that they do not have is the right to vote. Without going further, it is also important to inform this gathering that the country currently is working on an NAP report in regard to the issue of migration. That report has been submitted to Cabinet for approval, and we've got IMC, Interministerial Committee, which is led by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and then we get informed time and again about the current situation and updates via media briefing, engagements, it's either minister, it's either the president, it's either deputy president, where we consult all the stakeholders to come with the measures and interventions, short-term, long-term, medium, to deal with the issue that you have. That is the stand that the government does have. But it is important that you also follow the media reports where you are also updated on the situation on the 30th and so forth and so on. And the report is not only gonna address South Africans only. If you may recall that Ghana government has issued a letter, United Nations Secretary General also issued a letter to South Africa. This report, it does answer to those questions. Remember, they've got information via media, of which there's no way that we can trust and rely upon media. The reliability and trustworthiness of it need to be tested as we are talking about information here. It is important that the information that we get, we need to verify before we can approve it. This report is a country report. It does put clearly the stand of our country. Remember, we say we are not xenophobic, and we accept our people, and we are brothers, and we are part and parcel of international conventions. I can mention a lot of them. We have just recently submitted the ISET report, paragraph 53, on the concluding observation of the United Nations, and currently we're working on the paragraph 55, which is due by 2028, on the concluding observation of CERT again. It's not only that convention that we are members to. There's a lot we have signed and ratified. That is why we need to understand that we are one of the countries which have a constitution which is the best in the country. What is important and would like to encourage, as far as the civil society organizations are concerned, Chapter 9 UN agencies, we need to come together and make sure that we continue conducting training, group discussions to discuss about issues that affect our people. Because what we want to conscientize our people about human rights.
Yeah.
Issue of education is a challenge. Most of our people are illiterate. We need to go and conscientize these people and understand why migration is all over the country. Yeah. It's all over the world. It's not a South African issue of migration. As much as it is important that we need to understand that we need to follow proper policies and legislation. That's why we talk about the rule of law, which must work.
Yeah, I just want to hold that point as well. When we talk about the rule of law, you mentioned the international documents as well. And this question is for Dr. Sabelo. You know, we've got these international instruments, we've got local legislation, we've got the Constitution as well, providing these protections. What has gone wrong with that implementation, and is the law itself sufficient in countering hate speech and hate crimes?
Thank you very much for that question. I think the issue of the rule of law is very critical, and obviously we do have the constitution, as my brother has already said. We also do have legislation that is in progress. He has already mentioned the issue of regulations. It's unfortunate that the events have been, we have been overtaken by events on these issues. But I believe that we need to go beyond just having good laws. In terms of the implementation is very critical. So its effectiveness, the effectiveness of the legislation depends on awareness, it depends on enforcement, it depends on reporting mechanisms, it depends on prosecutorial capacity. It also depends on public confidence in the institutions that have been entrusted in effectively implementing these legislations. It's very unfortunate that many victims, as we speak, do not even know where to go when they are confronted with these challenges. So that is the part that awareness becomes very important. And I also want to mention that I'm not quite sure whether most of the colleagues here would be aware that there was the decade for people of African descent. So for 10 years, the focus of the United Nations was on people of African descent, to speak about challenges of people of African descent, to address issues around discrimination for people of African descent, both within Africa and also within the diaspora. And that was one of the greatest tools for us to have a discussion. It is unfortunate that a lot of African countries didn't take up this opportunity to make citizens aware about the importance of speaking about the rights of people of African descent within Africa, within other countries, within the diaspora, and so on and so forth. So I believe that yes, the legislation might be there, yes, the international conventions might be there, but the question is, how effective are they in addressing these issues? And that's where we need to focus more. Thank you.
Of course, much of the hate speech and hate crimes that we encounter on a daily basis lives online. So all that coordinated buzzer networks, influencers, and of course the hashtags. So this question is for you. You work at that intersection between law and technology. What legal tools exist to hold platforms accountable? And what would effective enforcement actually require?
Thank you so much for that question. I think, as Dr. Gumede has already said, we don't have a shortage of legal instruments and legal tools in South Africa, but the issue becomes then on their application to platforms, and there comes certain things that I would like to refer to as certain tensions. For instance, our colleague spoke about the Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Act, which gave us a definition of what hate crimes, what hate speech is, what hate speech is. But if you take into account, say, for instance, there was a really nice case study of the Ascension, actually came from the South African Human Rights, where they had to write to Meta regarding the continued display of the South African apartheid flag on their platforms, which they had continuously said, if you report, it does not violate their community guidelines because it does not, according to their definition, does not amount to hate speech. That just gives you an example of some of the tensions that may arise with existing legislation. Also, you take into account POPIA. We've had discussions of issues around the harassment of journalists around elections. So, for instance, we've had issues of doxing, we've had issues of their private information being shared publicly, and those are spaces where POPIA is supposed to step in. But as Dr. Gumede was saying, the accessibility of those mechanisms, how fast can they come to the aid of journalists who've had their information, and now we see real harms occurring to them in real life. And then if you also think about some tensions around our promotion to Access to Information Act, or our PIA, it was interesting to hear Lister speak about the cooperation with digital platforms. But if you look at it from the legal perspective, there have been some issues with the South African Information Regulator around transparency of digital platforms, specifically around, I think it's the 2024 elections, where we've had instances of civil society organization filing these transparency requests to these digital platforms, who then answer to say that African law does not necessarily apply to them because they're not legally domiciled within the country. And so that becomes another tension. And so that's why I was like, it's really interesting that they're cooperating like this under the cooperation framework. But when we look at legally the transparency requirements, it's another issue. And then also looking at it specifically in election-related context, the Electoral Commission, which has certain powers relating to electoral conduct, and also we've seen they've also had increasingly cooperation with digital platforms around elections, but again, the accessibility of certain remedies under that act, or approaching the IEC to understand what exactly their mandate is when it comes to elections and digital platforms. And in that, for instance, under our broadcasting legislation, we have advertising regulations for elections, but what about digital platforms? Where are the regulations that speak to that, for instance? It's another tension that we see. And then when it comes to enforcement, and what I think may be some of the effective ways in which we can enforce our laws with digital platforms, taking all of that into context, is that interestingly, UNESCO published the guidelines to digital platform regulation. And one of the things they really touch on is this greater transparency, this need for us to then, I think through interacting with the platforms, it's become clear that there is this need to now legislate that transparency requirements. And South Africa wouldn't be the first. There are certain jurisdictions where these platforms are mandated because they realize the impact that they have on the information ecosystem. So there needs to be greater accountability on their side, especially when it comes to local laws. And I think we've spoken about it in the previous panel, spoken about it as well, but the issue of cooperation. I think there's a lot of, under those guidelines as well, there's an interesting part around the need for transparency, the need for human rights impact assessments, which I think it's something that the organizations in the room, from the regulators to the South African Human Rights Commission to independent researchers, all of these people can play a role in this cooperation in designing these mechanisms to ensure that we have greater accountability from platforms, but also greater transparency. Thank you.
Perfect. Now, you raised that very interesting tension there, and I think governments across the world are sitting with this issue where you have to essentially regulate a multinational global organization. Phumlani, is that something that you grapple with at your at the DOJ? Is that a question? How do we regulate? Because we know that hate speech, hate crimes are rife online. Of course, you cannot just ban Twitter, you can't just ban Facebook or the like. You need to navigate that tension between freedom of speech and, of course, access to the global economy as well as the needs of the country in terms of our hate speech legislation, our legislation to prevent harm. All these conversations happening at the governmental level.
Yes, indeed, Chairperson. I think the government is broad. We have the Department of Communication and Digital.
Yes.
I think they are currently working on how to regulate such instances because they are really harming our community. And just to add on that, in regard to the issue of racism, the Department of Justice is also working on the development of a virtual data repository. If you may recall, most of the time when the special rapporteurs come to South Africa and representing the SART committee on the discrimination, they always ask about the data of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances. The department is currently working on that, and we are working on phases. Remember, it's an IT system, it's very expensive. It will assist us when you report to UN and Geneva in future, so that we can state clearly to United Nations how many people are convicted of racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and other intolerances. I think that will assist. And there's a lot that is happening within government, and we encourage that we collaborate with other stakeholders and work together. To add more, I would like to also say that we are also part and parcel of United Nations Protection Working Group, where we work together. We are there to assist each other to protect, promote, and and make sure that the foreigners, asylum seekers, and migrants in South Africa are protected. They get all the benefits they're supposed to get. And it is not a secret that the Department of Justice co-chairs that program. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd also like to just hop on that point there. We, of course, have a very vulnerable groups in this country, one of them being refugees and individuals that are not here legally. You know, when you have a society that is thus antagonistic towards them, Dr. Sabelo, how realistic is it that they would go to a police station and report these things? What are those barriers in their way, and how do we remove those barriers?
Thank you for that question. Obviously, it will be very difficult for them, more especially because our own institutions are now very untrustworthy in terms of how they are operating. The issue of corruption that we see is also something that is permeating our government in terms of whether to believe someone is documented or not documented. So that's another aspect. But I believe that for South Africa to move on, I think we have spoken about the good legislation. We have spoken about the good international instruments that South Africa is part of. But I think South Africa also needs to look inwardly, to look at how the institutions are, how we can actually have a government that is effective, a government that is actually responsible, a government that is also accountable. So in this particular case, some of the questions that are being asked is how were people processed to be in the country illegally? Obviously, we need to ask those very difficult questions. What is government supposed to be doing? Are they doing what they are doing? And are the other institutions that are responsible for overseeing what the government is doing exercising their right to oversight? So these are some of the questions that we need to ask, but also ask the very difficult questions. Now that we have human beings in South Africa, how do we ensure that the values that we find in the Constitution actually speak to us to treat people with dignity, to ensure that everyone who is in South Africa exercises their right, to ensure that everyone who is in South Africa has got the right to dignity, because that is a right that is without any distinction. How do we ensure that? So these are the critical questions that we really need to ask ourselves. But the importance of the Chapter 9 institutions and other stakeholders within South Africa, I think that partnership also needs to come to party to address some of these issues. And I believe that a platform such as these are actually there to help us to thresh out these issues, address them, but not also looking at them one-sided. We also look at all the other sides and we have a discussion that can actually come up with a solution. To just march is not a solution. Yes, it is an exercise to your right to march and to voice your grievance or your issue. But now we need to go beyond that. What is it that is wrong? How can we address it? And is it a humanly centered approach that we are adopting in addressing these issues? So it is a very difficult thing for people to report to any police station when they are even, not in the country legally, is very problematic. But obviously they are already in the country. What should we do? How should we treat them? At the end of the day, I think the issue of where do we come from is also important. We need to understand the historical backdrop. Why is it that we have illegal or undocumented people in South Africa? Is it as a result of the challenges that they face in their country in terms of democracy. How far are we? What is the African Union doing to address some of the democratic deficits that we see within the continent? Because these are some of the issues that we need to ask ourselves. Why is it that people find themselves in Europe looking for better opportunities? Why is it that people find themselves in South Africa looking for better opportunities, when in fact we have a continent that is very rich in terms of mineral resources? We have a continent that has got great opportunities for everyone. So these are some of the things that we really need to be looking at and discussing genuinely so. Thank you.
You raised something very important there, and that governance gap. Does that governance gap exist, and do we see these vigilantes exploiting that governance gap, Tshepiso, where we're not having enough information coming from, not a decisive enough stance from government, not a decisive enough decision-making and enforcement and awareness around these issues, such that these groups have formed and are now gaining significant grasp on people's mindsets in this country. And then a follow-up also, and I think this is for all three of the panel as well. What does that governance, partnership with government look like? Not just in theory, in practical terms, what would that partnership look like?
No problem. Yes, definitely. And I think this touches a bit on what the previous panel was talking about around dialogue, because all of these issues have a root somewhere, and it becomes important whether, no matter how uncomfortable those conversations are, that they be had in either way. We need to understand, I don't know whether we're still at a point, given everything that's happening and everything that supposedly might happen tomorrow, that are we at a point where we can still have those conversations, but either way, they must still be heard. And I'm not a very big social media person, but if you pop into social media platforms like X, you can definitely see that there are these polarizing views, but there are also people that are still speaking about hope, speaking about Ubuntu. There are still organizations across the nation, not only in KwaZulu-Natal, but in different provinces, that are putting their hands up. People that are volunteering to show that there might be an issue of misdirection of certain things. There are certain people we need to hold accountable and have those conversations with. And how we're going about it may be wrong. So I think there's still time for those sort of kinds of conversations.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we need to consider and make sure that we understand the push and the pull factors. All those factors, they have a challenge on governance. Remember, some they come because they come for green pastures, some they come because they are running away from prosecution and so forth and so on. Those are the real anchors of this movement of people. And then we need to take them serious. If we, an African government, we do not have a proper governance, they have an impact on the movement of people. It's either running from prosecution or poor governance. Those are the things that we need to address as much as possible. I thank you.
And governance is, you can go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to also add to what my colleagues have said. I think you raised the issue of how should this partnership look like in addressing issues. And I think the partnerships must be in such a way that it actually allows us to share information, and to share information that is evidence-based, and not just information that is a speculative, exercise. The partnership should also coordinate interventions where after we have actually shared the information, we are then able to say, let us coordinate the interventions in this way. Because we are coming from different stakeholders, our approaches are different, but coordinating those interventions is important. But we also need to build trust. The building of trust is very important. If we are saying we are going to address a specific issue, let us have people believe in what we say we are going to be doing. We also need to promote digital literacy so that people understand that it's not everything that you find in social media that is true. It's possible that the opposite might also be true. We also need to counter harmful narratives with credible information. And this is very key when it comes to addressing the issue of partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to also note this for the panel to think of in the background, governance is of course a very broad question in South Africa. We can also look to our community leaders, our communities, our religious leaders as well. What does their role look like in this infrastructure that we are attempting to build? But Sipiso, I want to talk to you specifically on the algorithmic impact, or how the amplification of hate speech occurs online. And oftentimes we find that it spreads a lot faster than positive speech. What solutions are we looking at there, at that narratives that go viral online, at these communities that are being built online? How do we address that pain point?
I think in that regard, I would definitely 100% agree with Dr. Gumede on digital literacy. It's very important that we also capacitate people themselves to be able to identify information as misinformation, as disinformation, as false narratives, but also to the importance of people that understand the impact of online hate speech to be able to speak up, to counter the narratives that currently exist online. Because I think there's certain instances, there are certain fears around certain people when it comes to speaking to certain issues, where they might say, maybe me speaking against this movement might be seen as me betraying my own country, being non-patriotic. But at the end of the day, one thing that we can all agree on in this room is that, and I think as William Byrd put it, that the Constitution applies to everyone within South Africa. Everybody has the right to human dignity. And so I think speaking up is really quite important, and countering those narratives, harmful narratives, is really important as well.
Just a follow-up on that, have we seen any counter-narrative strategies that have moved the needle a little to the positive? Have we seen any successful counter-narratives to any of these?
I will just speak to a few that I think I've come across. Like I said, I've seen certain organizations step up to speak up, where else we've seen other ones just go completely silent. And so I think that has impact, even though it's information that I would say might be limited to digital spaces. I but still very much believe in the power of traditional media. We have television, we have radio shows, and I think there is space for us to create that sort of education, literacy around these issues in those forms of media. I think we'd be able to perhaps better reach the greater population like that. For example, having a segment on radio, having a speaking slot in a popular radio, television, even the news, but being able to speak to the issue directly and speak to people in a form of media that might reach a greater number of people, as opposed to, because it's not everybody who's on social media. And so I think that can be one way in which we can continue countering these narratives.
Mlani, Sipiso suggests we have a Sunday night family meeting, as we used to do in the pandemic with government. Now, government, of course, has many interests to balance. As I mentioned earlier, just to sum up, but you have also your religious leaders and your community leaders, and indeed our cultural leaders in South Africa. What is their role in this conversation? What is their role in calming the community, to dispel these myths, to dispel the myths and disinformation? And are they aware of that role? Should they be made aware of that role?
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, you remember South Africa is a democratic country where everybody is involved. Even now, in the recent circumstances that we go through, it is not a secret to inform you that the leaders of the country have consulted all the stakeholders. There have been meetings in regard to the current situation. That was not the first time. It has been happening. It is progressively. Because there's no solution that will come from government only. It is important that we get information, we get guidance from all the stakeholders, so that we reach a consensus on what is the way forward. That is what the government is doing. That is why there's always been a media briefing, informing the country, informing the people about where are we now, what are we doing, and what is going to happen. For instance, tomorrow is the 30th. People are aware of what is going to happen, and they are aware of what's supposed to be done, because everything is in order. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And that does bring our panel to a close. I would like to extend a big thank you to our panelists over here, our esteemed panelists. I hope we gained a lot of insights out of this. Of course, there's a lot of work to be done, but we can see that there's also a lot of work going into countering hate speech and creating a society that we feel proud of, that we are happy of. Once again, big thank you, and big thank you for UNESCO to setting this up. All right, thanks everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this brilliant panel, and also to again illustrate that there are mechanisms available. In South Africa, sometimes it's just that it's not reaching our communities. And unfortunately, we do not always have all of the resources available to properly coordinate amongst ourselves to allow for communities to actively engage with these resources and available resources. And that is perhaps also precisely why we are here to move towards better coordination amongst ourselves, because there are pockets of excellence that can feed into these mechanisms that we've heard here on the panel are in fact available and recognized internationally for us to make use of. Colleagues, in the conceptualization of this event and also in confirming the attendance, we had overwhelming confirmation and interest. We had 155 participants confirming to attend today, and 82% of these participants indicated that they had in fact undertaken work aimed at countering hate speech, xenophobia, and information integrity concerns. So that is a massive number of stakeholders already on the ground working these issues. And unfortunately, we can't necessarily always give all of them the time they so much deserve to speak to these issues. But what we've tried on this program is to provide a platform of spotlight presentations so that we can have them engage us in a very short manner on what they are in fact doing on the ground, and let us gather inspiration from all of these presentations. So I am going to call Nicole Fritz. If you're available, thank you so much. I see you are in the room to give us a snapshot of what you are doing practically on the ground and how you are illustrating what we've mentioned, the work from our stakeholders on these very important issues, but also translating the measures that are available for us in terms of regulatory framework into practical examples. And then I'm just going to ask Claude Marie Bernard Kaitare to prepare, as Claude will be presenting online and assisting us with a virtual participation. So Nicole, if I can ask you just to come to the front. If we can have these presentations kept as short as possible. We've made up a little bit of time, but over to you, and I know it's very important for us to hear from you today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really lovely to be here. Thank you so much to the organizations who have convened this incredibly important gathering, by which we show solidarity and support for those who are calling out the hate and the endangerment. Our societies, our communities are not safer when we look to attack the weakest and the most vulnerable amongst us. So thank you for this really important gathering ahead of what is potentially a moment of destabilization for us all tomorrow. I am here on behalf of the Campaign for Free Expression. I'm the Executive Director. I'm also going to give an account of some of the work that we have recently done with the Campaign on Digital Ethics Code, headed up by Kavisha Pillay, who unfortunately is unable to be here today. So there's already been a lot of discussion about what is happening online and the fact that online harms absolutely translate into the real world and real life. But much of the discussion around online harm still proceeds from this familiar assumption that social media platforms are essentially neutral technologies upon which users happen to post harmful content, and that the platform's role is limited to deciding what should remain online and what should be removed. That description, that construction of these social media platforms is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. The largest digital platforms determine what content is recommended, what receives algorithmic amplification, what qualifies for monetization. So what is the content that is actually going to earn you rewards, money in your pockets from these digital platforms? Which accounts are reinstated after suspension, and increasingly how artificial intelligence systems answer questions about public affairs. These are not merely technical decisions. They are decisions that are shaping public discourse and influencing what millions of people are encountering every day. And they matter vitally from a constitutional perspective. South Africa's constitution protects vigorous political debate. It is the lifeblood of our democracy. It equally commits us to a society founded upon human dignity, equality, and freedom. And so much of our public discourse, migrates onto these privately owned digital platforms, an increasingly important question arises. What responsibilities attach to these companies that now exercise such profound influence over our information environment, what we see, what we are able to verify and interrogate? And those are the questions that have informed the recent work undertaken by the CFE and Code over recent months. As many of you will know, and in a sense it's the reason that we are here today, South Africa is experiencing a sharp escalation in anti-migrant mobilization ahead of the self-imposed 30 June deadline. Alongside events on the ground, we are observing an extraordinary volume of online content portraying migrants as criminals, invaders, and existential threats to our country. In many instances, this extends beyond political advocacy into language that dehumanizes other people, encouraging lawlessness, so-called citizen arrests, and appears to incite unlawful conduct and crime against vulnerable communities. Our concern, however, was not confined just to the content itself, the content that we see that registers these calls. We've become interested in the incentives surrounding the production of these calls. Digital platforms like X, like TikTok, like Meta are increasingly rewarding platforms whose posts generate engagement. Attention has become a commercial asset. Outrage, fear, and hostility perform exceptionally well within systems that are designed to maximize time spent on platforms. And that has prompted a simple but important question. Are platform business models creating financial incentives for the production and amplification of content that contributes to dehumanization, discrimination, hostility, and violence? That question appears particularly acute in relation to the digital platform X. Under Elon Musk's ownership, X has adopted a markedly different approach to content governance. Moderation policies have been relaxed, if not destroyed entirely. Previously suspended accounts have been restored. And the platform's owner, Elon Musk, has himself become an active participant in pushing narratives around anti-migrants, their supposed propensity for criminalization, including here in South Africa. He has repeatedly also promoted claims concerning a supposed white genocide, despite the absence of any credible evidence supporting these allegations. More recently, X's artificial intelligence system, Grok, has generated repeated and unsolicited references to the same false narrative of a white genocide in response to unrelated user prompts. Whatever explanation one accepts for that episode, it exposes a broader concern. Systems capable of influencing public understanding of political issues remain almost entirely opaque. They are untransparent. We cannot pierce them and understand how they're being programmed, what the algorithms are responding to. Researchers regulators and the public have little meaningful visibility into how they are trained, modified, or audited. The absence of transparency is a crucial democratic concern. Against that background, Code and CFE undertook research into influential South African accounts disseminating anti-migrant content. And we wrote to both X and TikTok. Our letters did not ask those platforms to suppress lawful political speech, nor did we seek the removal of criticism of immigration policy or border management. Instead, we asked those platforms, repeatedly publishing this content, and that appeared inconsistent with those platforms' own rules concerning hateful conduct and violent speech, whether those accounts remain eligible to receive financial rewards through creator monetization programs. We've asked those platforms to provide us responses with what human rights due diligence they are undertaking to ensure that those payment systems, those creator reward systems, are not rewarding conduct that foreseeably contributes to discrimination and violence. Over the weekend, however, our understanding of that problem deepened considerably. Code and CFE, together with Moxie, the Justice and Activism Hub, and the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation, convened a counter-xenophobia hackathon, bringing together journalists, researchers, technologists, and open source investigators to better understand who is driving the anti-migrant discourse online. One finding was immediately striking. Of the 10 X accounts most influential in disseminating anti-migrant content in South Africa, all operate anonymously. That anonymity shields them from accountability, while allowing them to exercise considerable influence over public debate. Using open source investigative techniques, participants nevertheless began uncovering some of the individuals behind these accounts, and our preliminary findings were deeply unsettling. In the examples we examined, what emerged was not always hardened ideological commitment. Instead, we found evidence suggesting that anti-migrant content had become a pathway to influence, visibility, and commercial opportunity. One anonymous account appeared to be operated by an individual who had pursued a succession of unsuccessful entrepreneurial and creative ventures before discovering that an unrelenting stream of anti-migrant content generated precisely what those earlier efforts had not: a substantial following, influence, and public notoriety. Another account appeared deliberately constructed to mimic the identity and style of an already notorious anti-migrant influencer. The apparent objective was to build audience and visibility that could ultimately be leveraged in support of commercial brand promotion purposes. These are, at present, preliminary findings. They require further investigation and verification, but they raise an important and deeply troubling possibility. Xenophobia is, of course, not a creation of social media. South Africa's history makes that painfully clear. Nor are they a creation of the platforms. No, but what these platforms have created is an environment in which prejudice and hate becomes commercially valuable. An environment in which anonymity reduces personal risk, allows you to escape any consequence, where outrage attracts audiences, and audiences generate influence, and influence ultimately is converted into income or commercial opportunity. We are then dealing with an economic system in which the production of hatred may itself become a rational business strategy. And that has profound consequences and implications, both for our society and our public discourse, but also for platform technology. And I'm going to leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Can we check if Claude is online and ready? Nicole, this is something so important for us, monetization of human rights abuses. This is not the first time we've seen it, 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago. This is just an evolving way of how it plays out, and it's certainly something we need to look closer to. And anonymity, the piercing of this veil is one of the most important and the biggest hurdles, perhaps also for organizations such as the Human Rights Commission, because before we can demand accountability, we have to have the accountable person step forward, and that is sometimes a very timely process. And where people ask, where is the Human Rights Commission? Those processes must be in place in terms of resources, in terms of our own ability to identify. So certainly one of the biggest challenges that we've also seen. But with that being said, may I kindly have Claude come on and also request that we keep our presentations to perhaps 5 minutes, and Brian Muzingira will be up next, followed by Tebogo Maleke. So kindly prepare for your presentations, your 5-minute presentations after Claude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, moderator. Am I audible? Am I audible? Can I go on?
We can hear you. Thank you so much. You can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Please allow me to switch off my video because of the connectivity issues. Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, fellow panelists and commissioners or protocol observed. Thank you very much. I'm Claude-Marie Bernard Kaitare here on behalf of the Southern Africa Network for Immigrants and Refugees, SANIR. We believe that the opposite of hate is not silence, it is solidarity. Every day we work to replace fear with understanding, division with dialogue, and exclusion with inclusion. Our work begins with a simple principle, which is every person deserves dignity regardless of where they were born. South Africa has proud constitutional tradition founded on equality, human rights, and Ubuntu. Yet migrant and the refugee communities continue to experience discrimination, misinformation, online hate speech, and at times violent xenophobic attacks. These challenges cannot be solved through law enforcement only alone. They require communities that know one another, trust one another, and work together. SANIR, therefore, focuses on 3 key areas. The first one, we strengthen community cohesion through dialogue. We regularly facilitate community conversation that bring together South Africans, migrant, refugees, and traditional leaders, faith leaders, youth, women, and the local authorities. These dialogues create safe spaces where misconceptions are challenged, grievances are discussed peacefully, and practical solutions are developed collectively. When people begin speaking to one another instead of speaking about one another, stereotypes begin to disappear. Then the second approach, or the second way we do our dialogue, we empower migrants and the refugees to know and claim their rights while respecting the laws of South Africa. This is through community paralegal, legal awareness session, and partnership with the human rights organization. We help vulnerable people understand their rights, report hate incidents, access justice, and engage constructively with public institutions. Protecting rights is not about creating division. It is about strengthening the rule of law for everyone. The third one, we invest in inclusion through opportunities. Hate often grow where there is fear, misinformation, and economic frustration. That is why SANIR support entrepreneurship, skills development, youth leadership, women's empowerment, and education initiative that enable migrant South Africans and South Africans to build livelihood together rather than compete against one another. Our entrepreneurship program have shown that when people create business together, they also build trust together. You cannot do business with someone whom you don't trust. Beyond these programs, SANIR actively documents the lived experiences, migrant support, research on xenophobia and gender-based violence, which promotes responsible public dialogue and work with national and international partners to advocate for policies that uphold human and dignity. As South Africa approaches the local government election, we believe civil society has an even greater responsibility. We must challenge misinformation before it becomes violence. We must reject narratives that criminalize entire communities because of the actions of a few individuals. We must encourage responsible leadership both online and offline. And we must also remember that democracy becomes stronger when every person can participate without fear. Our message today is very simple, ladies and gentlemen. There is no community that can become safer by spreading hate. No nation can become stronger by excluding the vulnerable. No democracy can flourish when human dignity is negotiable. Instead, stronger societies are built through dialogue, justice, empathy, and shared responsibility. As SANIR, we remain committed to working alongside government, the South African Human Rights Commission, UNESCO, faith-based community, and the civil society to strengthen rather than a threat. Allow me, please, to conclude with this African proverb, which says that if you want to go first, go alone. But if you want to go far, you have to go together. Let us go forward together, South Africans, migrant, refugee alike, to say with one voice, no hate, yes to human dignity, yes to Ubuntu, yes to social cohesion. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Claude. That was very powerful. Yes to human dignity. Can I ask that Brian join us at the front? All right. And so many messages that are being echoed here this morning that we are all agreeing on already. And I think this is where we're also going to reflect a little bit later on when we speak about the declaration that we want to popularize after today's very important engagement. Moxie will explain a little bit more in a bit, but for now, we do want you to visit the emails that you were provided. I think it was also attached with the program, so have a look at the declaration and William will explain a little bit later. Thank you so much, Mr. Muzingira, for joining us here, and over to you, 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Firstly, I wouldn't know where to start because I've been staying in Soweto for the past 15 years, forced migrant from Harare, from Zimbabwe, from the sector-led Disabled Migrants Rights Networking Organization. What is overwhelming at me at the moment is I've been on the program and I've been out and I'm back. So I had to really just do some pointers, part of the work we're doing from grassroots for the past decade or so, and some success initiatives and the challenges. But looking into that, today, the march is starting 2 kilometers away from where I stay. So the community is fragmented. I didn't know if I was going to manage to be out, but the movement was like a dead city, like a deserted mine. Everything is turned not normal. People, they tend to be off the streets. Of course, some will be buzzed in. And what was really shocked me was in the public taxi, nobody was talking to anybody. Everybody was quiet. So, as I stand before you, I would like to look into this quote, which has to do with the social cohesion. The bond between individuals and community, fostering trust and belonging, with potential to enhance community resilience, that promotes justice and equality, has been dragged 10 years backwards. And what do we do at this junction? There is a lot of issues which were raised from the last platform, which are cross-cutting, as multi-structural challenges, which also comes in. I think some of the questions were answered from the department, which has to do with national NEP, National Action Plan, which is to do with to combat racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related tolerances. And the implementation is always being done by few organizations with limited resources, because political will is not there, which is a huge challenge. And it becomes difficult because the country in Africa, South Africa seems to be the only progressive country which has made many ratifications, including African Charter, and so as much is reflected in the Bill of Rights. But the question remains, the control part of it. I think most of us at the moment, as much of our work, it has to do with knowledge awareness, because of terms. We can't just say migration stuff and all that. But we came up with a concept which has to do with new methods of farming, which is in response to climate change negative impact, of which we work with Afriponics, System Solutions, AgriWise Institute, of which for the past 5-6 years, we've trained plus or minus 850 youth across all the provinces. And I've been involved on the issue of equity with people with disability. And from that aspect, normally when people start to understand integrating farming, and some of the methods we use in they are user-friendly in terms of less water usage, and at the same time, thank you, ma'am. And it's also, they are implemented on the land, which is not arable for farming, and at the same time, there's less labor intense. But the challenging part, from the progressive part of it, success stories. Harambee, for youth acceleration jobs and empowerment, they partnered us. United Nations, UNDP rather, so it's the Department of Trade and Industries. What is very fascinating is the moment students start to understand, that's when we start to educate after 3 months about push and pull factors, as much as they were mentioned. But also they dragged me a bit out because those push and pull factors, there's a contradictory element of goals 17 and 16. These partnerships which just brought us in from 17, which needs to be sustained towards growth. But the 16 part, how do we sustain development when lawlessness is normalized in the region? And South Africa is the powerhouse in the continent for power bargaining, being contrary in practice, which is now catch up with us. Xenophobia did not start in South Africa. We saw it in Zimbabwe when I was young. Mozambicans were victims. After that was 89, I was in grade 6, 89. It happened in Harare. After that, people said, no, it was a wrong mistake, it was the whites. That's where now land grabbing come in. So, from there, the so-called perpetrators, those vigilant groups, after they've done a lot, they were also removed from what was promised. And some of them are documented in South Africa, bitter and angry, because some of them think if they go to documentation, they're still wanted for crime-related incidents. And what is very much fascinating is the 2014 court case, with one of the campaigns which we did at DERECO, Department of International Relations. The outcome from 2014 for the court case, which was brought forth by South African Litigation Center, by coincidence, I don't know what to say. Nicole was part of it, and she was the advocate behind the case with some of my colleagues, the torture survivors and stuff. So the recommendations could have stopped further crisis in the country, but Minister of Police is failing and refusing to sign into act to arrest all the perpetrators of violence. Some of them own big properties in South Africa. They travel in and out every day shopping here in the north. And the list goes on and on. Some implicated money laundering, gold smuggling, which is also exposed in the Al Jazeera, documentary for Zimbabwe, about 4 series. But these things are happening here, even financial institutes from here. So now, who are the victims? At the moment, I'm not worried about the militant groups because I saw it when I was growing. But the invisible hands from those who think we are spreading awareness for people to understand the root cause, they will take advantage. I'm vulnerable to my own country at the moment. Those spokes, those are the ones who are likely to come in and after us. And what complicates everything is the refugee bill. Wherever in this world an act signed on the 1st of January, over an era where people are celebrating New Year and letting go the past challenges, it was signed into act, which is contrary to the Constitution, amendments, ratifications and stuff. So the challenge with it, the people behind the vigilant groups, they are using that refugee bill, that draconian law. That is what we're dealing with. And nobody wants to own up. And at the same time, the Western High Court last year, they've ruled in favor that some of the elements must be removed. So ConCourt is still to decide. They've set in February this year. So now as I want to round up, I know she's coming in because there are many issues here. Because whenever we educate using different platforms, there's also another issue, a generalized perception that every migrant is a Zimbabwean exemption permit. It has created another problem. And now it's getting worse, issue of legality. Who's legal, not legal? So the perception on the ground is every paper is fraudulent. And as I would like to round up, unfortunately, Commissioner Tsepo has just left. One of the issues which I've raised, why some of our cluster members from the disability, which of course there are many narratives, people have created a perception that they are human trafficked, they got handlers, they are owned and stuff. That is a lie. Some of them, they've volunteered post-COVID to go back home after they were attacked by Dudula in the dilapidated buildings, which wanted to be hijacked by invisible hands. So, one of the institutes which was doing the MOU, because some of them, they need to be accountable so that we take the right information as facts from research, from knowing. Because at the moment, the space of academics who are here, and the well-informed people with empathy, is being claimed by opportunists. It's going to be difficult to reclaim it back because popularism, we're going to be ruled by the illiterate. The future is not good for everybody. Let's not try to say we are in control. But what we need to do is, as much as we started some of our new strategies and methods to engage, we've gone back to the old methods of educating, gathering in small groups, using religious, self-enabling places. So, as I know, she wants to take a claim to the center. I would say lastly, how do you expect somebody who works heavily dependent on crutches to be twisted and turned to enter Home Affairs? Finally, South African Human Rights Commission, before I did a presentation, 2025 somewhere there, they've managed now to convince Home Affairs to open the other big gates, which is now enabling, which is a success. But the challenge now, the building, what was alleged to be an old detention center during apartheid, they said after renovation, they cannot put the elevators. One has to do 3-4 stairs up and down. And the most challenging part is you spend 5-6 hours in between up and down. How do you expect people with disability to be documented? How do you expect an aide who's helping blind people to have access? And what complicates everything, another cluster which needs your help from undocumented, is torture survivors. The institutionalized discrimination does not want them because they expose their allies in exploiting resources in Africa, because South Africa is the gateway, is a pathway to smuggled minerals, including lithium. Zimbabwe produces the most at the moment, and platinum and stuff. Thank you very much, Pat. We would have engaged differently, but some of the contextual situation forced me to shift and also to re-engage in a different way. But food for thought, it's up to us now to claim space. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brian, for the valuable content and also for the own experience. I think was very, very important for this moment. I'm going to ask Tebogo to come forward. And Tebogo, if we can keep it very short, we're going to have to, Kyle, perhaps push the video for after lunch, if that's possible. Kim. Okay, we're going to give Tebogo an opportunity, and then we're going to quickly hand over to you guys. And then, colleagues, we are also the Human Rights Commission in terms of Section 27. People have the right to food. So we are going to chase through as quick as possible, and then hand over to you, Kim, after this. And then we're going to perhaps, Blaise, we're going to have to ask that we push over the item online to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. My name is Tebogo Maleke from Africa Unite. What we do, we promote human rights and foster social cohesion in communities across South Africa. So every year, the organization capacitates young people across South Africa to effectively impact respective communities. So this is actually sensitive growing Mabahambe trend. So the question is, especially on activists, what name actually will be put on us if we do not support the trend? Will this actually instill fear to continue doing the good work in communities? But no, courage. This will bring the best out of us. So this starts with small groups and communities we engage with on a daily basis. What is the conception? Everyone can attest that we still need our domestic workers. We do still need our barbers and salons. Most of the skills in communities are held by our fellow brothers and sisters. So as activists, how do we impact those small groups? If we say Mabahambe, who will provide mechanical labor on our cars, check the turnout attendance on township economy workshop in communities. How many young people do actually attend? Are we really saying Mabahambe, or we are just being influenced? And as an organization, we have monthly engagements or dialogues across our programs with peers, citizens and non-citizens for capacitation. Hate speech targeting migrants now spread faster and further than ever before any corrective response is possible. Efforts to counter this have included media literacy and fact-checking programs. The shortcomings becomes most active when misinformation is not merely insulting but actively dangerous. When a false rumor is used to mobilize hostility against a specific neighborhood or community, in those moments, the expectation people should respond by fact-checking is not only naive, but it may also be harmful. The instinct is and should be to secure physical safety first and the psychological effect of being the subject of dehumanizing the recorded. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Tebogo. That's also echoing messaging what we've heard before, is these discussions are taking place on the ground. It's taking place in small groups where people feel safe to express themselves. And it's a lesson we need to learn as well, Tebogo, and from Brian, that we take that initiative forward and we include your voices and the mechanisms that you are proving are successful to have these very difficult conversations. Kim, Kyle, we are ready for your video. I'm very excited for it to lead us into lunch. We are straight after that, Mr. Bird, I'm going to request that you just give us a little bit of information on the declaration. And then, colleagues, we are going to take a break until 2:10. We're going to make up a little bit of time, and we will have you back here 2:10, online participants as well, to make sure that we continue these discussions after taking a short recess. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Thank you so much. I'll keep it short and sweet. So just to give an overview of the Build or Break campaign. So this was a campaign we did in collaboration with SM4P, and it's targeted at men and boys to reject online misogyny and promote respect, dignity, and equality in digital spaces. We, of course, got to work with a great artist, Extreme, who is right next to me here. So I'll leave the introductions to him.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. My name is Extreme Makayeni, a hip-hop artist from Orange Farm. We did this project with Iron Hearts to try and reach young men and young women in communities. It is about preventing online hate. It is actually about TFGBV, which is technology facilitated gender-based violence. So the goal was to reach out to the communities and people my age to sort of prevent the hate, because it is too much. Yeah, it is too much.
Thanks, Extreme, and yeah, we're going to play the video now.
Either you build or you break. Hey, either you build or you break. Hey, still tryna get to the bread. Pray that my mama, my sister okay. Pray that my baby, my daughter okay. Either you build or you break. Hey, are you gon' give or you take? Hey, either you win or you hate. It's getting crazier by the day. Women no longer feel safe around the men than to be with us. They rather choose a babe. That should really tell a lot about ourselves. We blame it on how they dress, and it really don't make no sense. Just because I got funny don't mean that you have to be mean. Common sense, we got a problem that we need to face. Your comment gon' live forever, better watch what you say. All of this hate towards women, we got it from tape. With all of this content they put in our face. It's not late, we can change. Why be misogynistic? Just show love to ladies. That's how a real man is gon' stand on business, by protecting, not hating or being a menace to the ladies. Angifaki skela nyababhekisa ngibalimite kish nabapekisa besilahlekile, now the right directions where we heading. Into I change it. Either you build or you break. Either you build or you break. Still tryna get to the bread. Pray that my mama, my sister okay. Pray that my baby, my daughter okay. Either you build or you break. Are you gon' give or you take? Either you love or you hate. Tell me who is you when no one is looking. We get on the net, we start acting foolish. We become a bully for the likes, can't dig in us coolie. Just cause we know that no one is gonna hold us accountable. But the women, they human, we know they got feelings too. I see all this hate on the net and I think about my sister, my baby, I feel it too. Zinjas on me, we gotta do better. Better angels within us are embedded. We've been misled and I'm glad that we get it. Algorithm just manipulate us and control behavior and defeat us. Without women we wouldn't exist. They deserve all the kindness and peace, but they're the ones getting harassed on the media by the same people who supposed to lead. Is you gon' follow or gon' lead? Or is you gon' sit behind the phone and joke and post about how these things you don't feel? What we see in these rules ain't real. We're spending our time on TikTok. One is cut is harm, but they got the youth in the news by us calm. I pray that my people can see we they pray to the algorithm and we suffer. Kokumoya go relax. Being a man is not showing people that you tougher. It's about building a legacy. It's never about imalening. Motando no buntu we really win. The quality is inequality, if you know what I mean. Either you build or you break. Hey, either you build or you break. Still tryna get to the brain. Pray that my mama, my sister okay. Pray that my baby, my daughter okay. Either you build or you break. Hey, are you gon' give or you take? Hey, either you win or you hate. Hey.
That is Extreme Makayeni on YouTube. Like, subscribe, follow.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. If you can join us here. That was excellent. Thank you so much, Extreme. Wow. It's an earworm already. Either you build or you break. I can see myself walking to lunch singing that, and let me stop embarrassing myself. Mr. Bird, time to embarrass yourself.
So some of you noticed that I'm wearing this pink jumper. This is my efforts to dress appropriately in an African way, which is to highlight my pinkness. Okay, that went about as well as I thought. Right, so the declaration is there. It's got, I don't have it online, unfortunately, but all of you were sent that draft. I would ask that you please read it and consider if you'd be happy signing it. And that's because we want to make sure that we build on the positive energy that's being generated from this room. There are a series of principles in that, and then beyond this, the principles, it speaks to different sectors, civil society, government, and other institutions, and the media, and it sets out things that each of us and each of those sectors can do and things that we can commit to doing. Many of the core principles have been developed before us by a campaign that's already launched called the Siafana Sonke campaign. I think there's some people who represent that with us today. So if you want to know more about that, speak to them. I think Dale's here somewhere. Yep. There he is at the back. Speak to him if you want to know more about that. Excellent principles. So please sign up to that. And I think I'm done now. I was told to rush.
Thank you so much, everyone. Off to lunch. We'll be reconvening at 2:10. It's a good 40 minutes. I think that's fair. 2:10, we're going to go straight into ISAC's panel 3. We're going to discuss a little bit of information integrity, elections, and we invite you to come back refreshed with your questions and answers, and we'll continue in a little while. Online participants, we'll be getting back to you 2:10, and we look forward to further engagements. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Returning back from lunch, I hope you have had a very good break in discussion so that you come back refreshed. We are going to start in the next 2 to 3 minutes with a very important discussion centering around elections, and that will be facilitated by Isak Minnaar. And I'm going to ask that the online participants just bear with us for another few minutes. We are also going to have a panel member online. Commissioner Nomahlubi Kunana is going to join us online, and we will be commencing shortly. So if I can also ask everyone outside to come and take their seats in the interest of time, so that we can make sure we do justice to this very important discussion. Thanks so much, everyone. Don't forget to please use the hashtag #NoToHate and join the conversations online as well. I think it's very opportune in terms of the build-up towards what we've heard here this morning is tomorrow's anxiety. So please do participate in all of these discussions online. Good afternoon again, everyone. Everyone online also joining us, thank you so much. We are back in the room and we are diving straight into panel 3, a very, very important discussion, especially with the local elections around the corner. The panel number 3 is titled Elections and Responsible Public Discourse, and the focus is basically on how election stakeholders can contribute to peaceful elections. Isak, over to you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Isak Minnaar from the Social Media for Peace Coalition, and SANEF and a few other organizations of forming part of the coalition. It doesn't feel like it, but next month, the official campaign period for the election starts, right? So 3 months before the elections. There's already a rise in political temperature. reflected in online speech, harmful and hate speech. In anticipation of this, a number of organizations led by SANEF and Moxie Africa and other organizations present here at the beginning of the year did a workshop to look at the risks and mitigations around information integrity during the election period. Some of the key outcomes of that discussion on risks included a variety of different types of attacks on the IEC, intimidation of office bearers and candidates, especially officials, exposing corruption, disinformation about the electoral process and outcomes, threats to women journalists and women candidates, and a whole long list. And now we also have xenophobia into the mix. We have a expert panel here that will help us unpack some of these issues and what can be done. As we go, as I identify them, I'll ask them to just tell us a little bit of their organization and then answer my question. So Dale McKinley, I want to start with you. We see an increase in political hate speech before every election, right? So that's not a new thing. Can you give us a bit of context about why, what happened before and why?
I'm going to stand up because these chairs make us feel like we're in some basement and we can't even see you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dale McKinley. I'm a long-time political activist, researcher, writer. I'm a co-founder of Kopenhagen Africa Against Xenophobia, and I work for the International Labour Research and Information Group, which is an NGO that's been around for 45 years. So, Isaac, to answer that question, I think we have to go back a little bit. You know, oftentimes, if we look at the very first elections were bathed in blood. We forget this. The 2 years leading up to 1994, thousands of people lost their lives. There was a low-scale civil war going on in many parts of KZN and parts of Gauteng, particularly in places like the East Rand and other places in the Vaal and Alex. And the violence that was there and the rhetoric that was being used, the mobilizations, framed a lot of. Fortunately, we didn't go any deeper into a civil war outright because of some of the political developments, the deal that was cut, the CODESA, so forth, the constitutional negotiations, and everything else. But it was very close. It was a situation where it could have gone either way at any particular point in time. So from the very beginning of South Africa's post-apartheid history, elections and violence and what you could consider hate speech and breaking of the law, intimidation, fear, not so much at that point ranges of disinformation and misinformation, even though that was low level because we didn't have social media and cell phones. Remember those days? It's hard to imagine, but they did exist. And that sort of framed, in many ways, a lot of the laws that were then developed around the Electoral Code of Conduct, the IEC's positions, and so forth. So if we look through successive elections, particularly, I think, local government elections, more so in the post-1994 period, we find various iterations of these same things coming up to the surface, generally speaking. So what are some of those the components of that? The one is, of course, what we call the apartheid legacy, which is mobilization on the basis of identity politics. And what kinds of identities? Well, in the early 90s, it was ethnic identities, where you had a particularly Zulu nationalism coming out of the Inkatha Freedom Party, and that still has not gone away. It has various iterations. We see it still today We see it already in the context of some people here, a government spokesperson on the East Rand being chased off the stage because she couldn't speak Zulu. And people being told that they don't belong here, they can't work here because they're Shangans or they're Tsonga or they're whatever the case might be. So this ethnic politics is one strand of that has come through. The other one, of course, is a general, what we call a general intolerance for opposing perspectives. So instead of engaging in serious electoral debate, what you do is you attack, you go on the offensive, you attack the persona, you attack the integrity, you use all of the different components of what you can in order to delegitimize your political opponents in that case. The third, and I'll move on, I don't know the time, but the third also is simply physical intimidation and violence where you take people out. And we've seen this particularly in KZN where political opponents simply get taken out. I don't know how many of you know the figures, but they're quite amazing. I spent quite a bit of time in the Cleveland's hostel several years ago, which was the epicenter of where many of the hitmen came from in Mlabi. And the context there is that it's for 10,000 Rand, you can get your opponent taken out. Pretty much. That's it. It's so the use of the normalization of violence and the normalization of intimidation and fear. And then what that does is it gets politically weaponized within the electoral code. And then generally speaking, I think there's also a sense that those who then get power, once they get into power, they want to maintain that power. We see this all across the world where once you get into office and anyone who threatens that then becomes not a political opponent to defeat at the polls, but a political opponent to defeat in all the other different ways. So then you take that political opponent on in many of the different violence and disinformation and attacking. So those kinds of things, I think, give a background to where we've come, because then it goes through phases where initially it might be ethnic, initially then it might be political ideological, then it can be nationalistic in the terms of xenophobia or whatever it is. And what we're seeing in this latest iteration is the political weaponization of an anti-migrant politics, but the same fundamental features appear.
Thanks, Dale. I want to ask Jean Leroux, who's a, what shall I call you, a digital forensic and data analysis expert. Is that good enough?
Yeah, I think that'll probably do.
I want to know in some of the work and analysis that you've done based on what Dale just explained, do you see overlapping online campaigns between political speech, xenophobia, upcoming elections particularly? Or what do you see what we should worry about?
Yeah, I mean, broadly speaking, like this concept of the information environment, it was raised this morning as it being a kind of a piece of infrastructure. It's part of like this public infrastructure that we use and that we can make use of. And it ties in directly with trust. You know, if you can trust the information environment, if you can trust what somebody says on a platform, if you can trust what you read and what you know about a politician, for example, you know that you can trust them and you can vote for them. Like that's this inherent like link between what you see and perceive online versus what you end up doing in the real world. And what we've seen looking at specifically like online influence campaigns, online manipulation campaigns, it's what we do as, what I do as a day job is I look for people manipulating online conversations. And seeing the way that they do that using the tools that we use every day. In the same platform that you log in the morning and you see a funny picture about a dog or a cat doing something ridiculous, is the same platform that's telling you at the end of the day who you need to vote for, or that's showing you clips about a politician, somebody that you thought you would have wanted to vote for, but now you don't. So this coordinated manipulation, the changing of people's perceptions is something that we're closely involved in, and that I particularly am closely involved with too. On the xenophobic front, like this is now over the last, I'd say 5 years or so, 6 years or so, it's moved onto a much more active online space. We've had for a long number of years, I mean, as Dale mentioned, it's not new. This bloodshed tied to our elections isn't something new. But what we are seeing is the use of new platforms, new ways of amplifying these messages in a way that we haven't faced or dealt with before. It's no longer just somebody in their own community spreading these lies, these rumors, these untruths. It's now, social media accounts with lots of followers. It's influencers and musicians and politicians, people that you know and trust, that are now engaged in this exact same behavior. So when it comes to elections in particular, and it's kind of like the theme that connects the xenophobic narratives and the election narratives, is this concept of a information environment that you can trust, an information environment that's got that integrity. And that's all about being able to look at the conversations and know that the person saying this is the person you think it is, that they are authentic in their views. They're not being paid to say that. We did a investigation with the Institute of Security Studies 2 years back during the national elections, and we found a campaign that was specifically targeting a political party in SA. It stood out because, in South Africa, we don't do negative campaigning. We're very vocal about who we want to vote for. If we say, don't vote for this party, we usually follow that up with, this is the party that I'm supporting and that you should be supporting too. But this campaign was strange because it was only targeting this opposition party. It was only focusing on them, and there was no attribution, nothing that would say who's funding this campaign or who's behind it, which was weird. We also found things like there was a website set up specifically to highlight media articles and newspaper stories about this party that were negative. In Durban, for example, there were posters put up in the center of town with posters that mimicked the campaign posters of this party. But it had a QR code on, and if you scanned the QR code, it would take you to this website that was doing this negative campaigning. Now, online, there was a large component of this that was being promoted and amplified by influencers, local South Africans, people who kind of have built up a following online and are using and commoditizing that influence as a way to make money. I mean, it's easy. You send out a couple of tweets, you make a quick buck, and off you go. But what we were facing now is like over a period of 3 months, you saw this concerted campaign targeting this specific political party without any indication of who's funding it or who's behind it. They pretended to be grassroots South Africans, people who were voting in the elections. But in actual fact, as was disclosed earlier this year by, it's a media outfit called Forbidden Stories, they were leaked like a tranche of documents that pointed to this being a Russian operation. So this was in fact influencers being paid by overseas, like a foreign government, using that to poke holes in our election environment, like the integrity that we've got in the elections. The same campaign, after the elections were done, they started targeting the outcome of the election, saying, the elections were rigged, the political parties stole votes, and that's why they're in a position to participate in the GNU. So I'm giving this example as a showcase of like how, the role that social media, online platforms play in, this very crucial part of a democracy is deciding who you want to vote for. And I think more broadly for everyone here today, like I think it's just a reminder that this concept of public or information integrity is not about protecting the information environment or the data that everything's based on. It's actually about protecting us who participate and use that information to make decisions about our own futures.
Thanks, John. Commissioner Kwinana, I want to come to you now. I just want to hear if we can hear you. Can you hear us? Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Isaac. Good afternoon, fellow panelists.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Here's a question. So I want to know, based on what we heard so far, can you just first explain exactly what is the Human Rights Commission responsibility around the elections alongside the IEC and other bodies? And I want you to talk a bit about the frameworks, the human rights frameworks for political communication that the Human Rights Commission work with.
Thank you, Isaac, and may I stand on the protocol that has already been established. Thank you for this opportunity. So yes, I am a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. As commissioners, we've got different focal areas. One of my focal areas is civil and political rights. where elections are located. But I also look at the most marginalized, your persons with disabilities, your older persons, as well as children. So as Human Rights Commission, we've got a threefold mandate, which is about protection, promotion, and monitoring of human rights and the observance of human rights. And the work that the Commission has really done insofar as elections, in the previous elections, it was to register as the observers, and which status was granted by the IEC. We were reporting in real time in terms of the system that we are able to come up with in order to ensure that we are protecting human rights and, of course, monitoring human rights at the time. Insofar as the responsibilities with regard to political education, at the center of this, it is important to note that we would want to see elections, yes, take place, the right to vote being realized. But I think that conversation, as one of the panelists has already mentioned, we have sort of moved away from that because really that has been, it has been realized. We now know that most people are aware that they do have this right. But one would still want to ensure that there is then absence of violence, which is something that it's difficult to maintain, especially because certain narratives are being pushed by the different political parties in terms of their manifestos, and the understanding of these manifestos then becomes very important for all those voters that are intending to then participate. And this is where we usually then come in with regard to promotion, to say to voters that once you understand that, yes, you've got this right, but equally it is important to understand who are you voting for and why do you want to vote for them. Having really understood the manifesto that is put out there. And this will then require really responsible communication amongst the political parties in order to prevent polarization, inclusive access to voting, reasonable accommodation amongst others, public education, effective complaints mechanisms, the integrity of the information that is being shared, and of course, strong coordination amongst the election stakeholders. And we saw this being very much working very well, especially because we had to work with the IEC, which is our sister organization as a Chapter 9 institution, where we're able to bring to the fore some of the complaints that were being brought to us through a number of stakeholders, and which some, yes, were attended to, but there's still room for improvement. I still believe that there's a lot of work that must still be done. So with regard to political parties, the candidates, public representatives, the media actors, the online platforms, and other stakeholders, what we have noted is that some really lack the discipline sometimes during this period in terms of how they deal with the issues on the ground. And that is why it then requires of us to constantly be having this type of conversations in order to ensure that people understand that whilst, yes, they've got rights, equally they've got responsibilities in ensuring that there's prevention of violence, disinformation, and misinformation. we have realized that conversations need to take place amongst the political heads, which sometimes is very difficult to ensure that you bring them to the table in order to have that type of conversation, especially because as Human Rights Commission, we find ourselves sometimes litigating against some of the political parties, and then it might be problematic to have a conversation. But it's still important to have those conversations in a situation where one can say we level the playing field and we've got all the organizations represented so that the communication is one and everybody understands their role and what is it that is expected of them.
Thank you.
So let me pause there, Isaac. Thank
Do you want to wrap up quickly? Oh, you're good?
Yes, yes. Well, I could go to a number of other challenges that we found ourselves really being faced with, which ultimately got us to be able to pen into a report that has been shared widely. But I can pause there. Let me pause there for now, Isaac. Yes.
Thank you. Tandy Smith, so you work in Moxie Africa and with many media organizations as part of a variety of different groups and coalitions. We try and make sure that the media do what they need to do and that the public know where they can complain. Can you tell us a bit about election coalitions, tools, other initiatives in the run-up to the elections that will hopefully help combat some of the online harms?
Sure, thanks very much, Isaac, and good afternoon, everyone. So I think based on, as well, what my fellow panelists have been touching on and talking about, one of the key issues for us is about creating an enabling environment where information integrity actually means something to people who are trying to make informed decisions. You know, as Jean was saying, it's not just about information integrity. The whole concept is about making sure that people have accurate, reliable, credible information to make those choices, and that extends not only into the news media environment, but the online environment as well. And for us at Moxie Africa, it's about, you know, working on these issues from a high level, but then creating initiatives, creating platforms, and working with stakeholders to ensure that practical measures are able to be taken to mitigate a number of issues, including mis and disinformation, online harms, and you know, inaccurate, biased reporting during an election period. And so we've been working on analyzing the media coverage of elections since our first democratic election in 1994. And since then, we've moved from not only focusing on your so-called traditional media like broadcasting, print, but now including online, as well as the social media space, the sort of online space. And I'm wanting to put this in context because over the last few election cycles, we've seen how mis and disinformation and online harms has had an impact on not only the narratives in the public discourse, but also how this can influence the outcome of an election. What we saw in 2024 in our national elections were a number of organizations were doing fantastic work around elections initiatives. But the impact that was being sought wasn't felt to the extent that it could have been. And so in this election cycle, what we're doing differently is we, along with SANEF and Africa Check, have started a partnership or an initiative called the Partnership on Information Integrity in Elections. So the acronym is PIIE, P-I-I-E. And that really aims to bring together as many organizations and individuals who are working on elections issues, whether it's analyzing social media landscapes for content that that John was talking about, whether it's working with media, whether it's doing training for journalists. It's bringing together the expertise, pooling in the resources to have that impact. We are also working with the IEC. They are supportive and have endorsed this initiative. So and that really is to be able to take the work being done behind the scenes and have that practical impact on the ground, so to speak. So that's one of the biggest initiatives that we are running, that was launched about two months ago. Other platforms and projects that really have their impact from a collaborative approach is, I know that the Real 4-in-1 has been mentioned already today, but I want to reinforce that we are using it as a platform for election-related disinformation. It's also being used at the moment to track and report instances of incitement to violence and hate speech and xenophobic content that we're seeing on the platforms as we speak. And then I think the last two things that I want to mention at this point is the work that we did is, like you mentioned, the safety, the risk register. So we are working with that, and we also are involved in the Social Media for Peace project, but the elections risk register plays a key role, and one of the elements that we are working around is the safety of journalists during the election period. And so we've got a platform called Media Attack Reporting System, where people are able to report attacks against journalists online, not only journalists, but also human rights defenders. So that is a platform as well. I can go into more detail about that a bit later. And then the last area is around the analysis of news media. And what's really difficult is we are already seeing, we've been seeing political campaigning, party campaigning for months now. But as we know, the official election period will only start next month, and that's when news media get into fall under the ICASA election regulations, and there's certain criteria around how to cover elections, around election advertising. But the challenge and the issue is that that election period started 6 months ago online.
Thanks, Thandi. Dale, from previous anti-xenophobia campaigns, what's the learnings? What do you think should be done in the next 6 months, 5 months up to the election?
Thanks, Isak. I'm still going to stand. I'm just sitting. As I was listening, and I think, we could go into a whole range of experiences. I'm sure everyone in the room has experiences here. I think that what we have is we have a crisis of impunity. We have a situation where we've got a lot of good laws. We've got a lot of good codes. We've got all sorts of things that say what should be done and how it should be done. And we have very little enforcement. Whether that's on the ground in relation to violence, whether that's online in relation to hate speech and online and disinformation, or whether that's in relation to political parties. I can give you 3 examples where we have filed cases against political parties in the last 3 elections. None of them went anywhere. The IEC fobbed it off to the electoral court. The electoral court said it didn't have time to do these things. And so I think what is necessary is for us to insist and to demand and to mobilize. I think sometimes we get caught up in the processes and in the things that we put down, and we have 10 different points, and they're all very good ones, but we don't follow them. And they're not implemented, and they're not enforced in the law. And so if we're going to have all of these mechanisms and all of these things that are useful tools, the question is, how do we enforce them? Some people in the media were asking, how is it that we have people standing up in our country for the last 3 weeks, essentially holding the entire country to ransom, engaging in hate speech, incitement to violence, and they're not touched? They're not touched. And yet, if you go steal a loaf of bread out of a spaza shop, you will get arrested and you will get stuck in jail. But you can say everything you want. You can call people all sorts of names. You can basically tell, I mean, if you listened to Jacinta the other day at the press conference, it was amazing. She was basically telling the government that they're full of you-know-what, and that it just I dare you to come and try to take us on. And so this is, to us, this is the real issue, is that I can sit here and say, we should do one, we should put in place this measure, and these are important. These are important measures. But if we cannot enforce the law, if we cannot have equality before the law, if we cannot have, I've spent the last several days, and I'm sure many of you have here, running around attempting to try to assist refugees, asylum seekers, and other people who have nothing to eat, who have been evicted from their homes, who've been threatened their lives, who are sitting in open fields, who are scared. And the police are doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. They're sitting by and watching this happen, and in fact, in some cases, encouraging it. And officials are talking about no violence, and we must adhere to the code and everything else, but on the ground, it's a different story. So what do I think we should be doing? I think we should all be making sure that as much as we can, we demand and we insist and we mobilize everything. Yes, all the other things that we do in our normal work and other things, but to make sure that the authorities, the state itself, and those are held responsible. The impunity that is here across the board will mean that it makes no difference what mechanisms we put into place and what agreements we sign. If people think they can get away with putting things on social media, if they think they can get away with pulling a knife at us and basically threatening you and saying, if you don't leave, I'm coming to get you tonight, which is where people are telling us now in the townships that they're coming tomorrow for us. There were marchers in Benoni the other day who were running around putting X's, spray painting X's on the front of shops and homes to mark them like the Nazis did to the Jews. Yeah, because they're now going to come for you. And the police were asked, why are you allowing this to happen? And they said, well, there's no destruction of property. That's what we need to do.
Thanks, Dale. And I think we're going to end the discussion with a question on this particular issue to Commissioner Kwinana on the enforcement issue. What is it that the Human Rights Commission can do to make sure that there's enforcement in line with the human rights of our country?
Thank you. I think it's going to start with firstly understanding that everyone has got the right not to be abused. And once we all understand that, then we need to then find out where do we go. It becomes very important. Because what we have seen is that most of the time people don't really understand that there are places where they can lodge their complaints where their voices can definitely be amplified. For one, we have found that a number of people don't really use the commission optimally. Sometimes it would seem they don't even understand that the commission is there to assist them. The fact that we've got equality courts where we can take these matters to. Over and above that, of course, that we can use the criminal justice system to also then assist us. And obviously, where there are shortcomings, this is where the commission can again use its own powers in terms of subpoena powers in order to then hold those that are responsible to account. For instance, our police. We could even summon the minister so that we can understand why we find situations where our police are becoming onlookers than ensuring that there is enforcement of the law. So all that information, when we are able to collate it, and of course, as Commissioner Madlingozi said in the morning, we are evidence-based, and once we have collated that information, we are able to then be able to assess it and, of course, come up with our own recommendations. But as you also know that now our recommendations are also not binding, as the court has pronounced. We can then use them again to take that further into court in order to ensure that we still are able to ensure that rights are protected and, of course, ultimately are realized. So there's just a number of opportunities, a number of instances that we can use that are readily available that we should definitely use. But most importantly, education is at the center of it. So as Human Rights Commission, we have decided that we are going to hold a policy brief, information integrity policy brief, which is going to be coming up soon, and please be on the lookout for it, because we think that is going to be an opportune time to, just unpack this and ensure that there's really understanding so far as human rights dimensions of information, integrity, including freedom of expression, political rights, equality, dignity, and of course, access to information. But at the core of it, really accountability and safeguard against private overreach. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. We're going to wrap it there. Please watch out for initiatives by all the members of the Social Media for Peace Coalition. In the run-up to the election, we're going to see how we can coordinate our efforts to try and make sure that we can deal with online harms from a whole variety of angles. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel for the insightful discussions. Thank you so much, Commissioner Kwenana, online, for sharing also the mechanisms that the Human Rights Commission has at its disposal, even post the Concord decision, where the court was also clear that we have a plethora of ways in which we can move towards rights realization. It certainly does not diminish our constitutional mandate. We have moved around the program a little bit so that we can move towards closure and get you safe home in this very peculiar stage of this week. And for the next session, we're going to ask 1, 2, 3 spotlight presentations, just 5 minutes to illustrate again that the partners in this room are already working hard towards filling the gaps that we are clearly seeing in terms of the regulatory frameworks and also enforcement, but advocacy as well. And I would like to call Cindy Siwe to the front and request also for your 5-minute presentation. I'd be very thankful if we can keep to that timeline. And then after that, we're going to ask Blaise to be ready online with your submission as well. Cindy Siwe, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm standing on behalf of the young person. I'm not young, I'm young at heart, but I'm standing on behalf of Esihle from Qetusizi Youth Empowerment. So hence I'll be reading. No, first of all, Esihle sent me to thank the organizers for this opportunity. It reads thus: my name is Esihle Buthelezi. I represent Qetusizi Youth Empowerment Program of Impumelelo Zoto community. We are gathered here because we believe in one simple truth. Hate is not born, it is learned. But if hate can be learned, then peace can also be learned. Across Africa, we are witnessing the rise of hate speech, cyberbullying, misinformation, xenophobia, and division. These challenges are not just online. They find their way into our homes, our schools, our workplace, and our communities. Since February 2026, Qetusizi Youth Empowerment has brought together South African migrants, asylum seekers, refugees, women, and youth people through dialogue circles, skills development, and digital literacy and entrepreneurship. A green economy initiative. We have seen something remarkable happen. When people listen to one another, fear begins to disappear and Ubuntu begins to grow again. But the dialogue alone is not enough. The future demands innovation. This is why we are calling for a piloting of Sankofa SafeWave AI Zero Data Ecosystem, an African innovation that will provide verified information, peace education, mental health support, early warning communication through SMS, USSD, WhatsApp, and the voice technology in all 11 South African languages with the vision to expand across Africa. Technology should never divide humanity, it should protect it. But before technology, before government, before organization, there is one place where values are first planted, the home. Every child learns the first word at home. Every child learns respect at home. Every child learns culture at home. Every child learns faith and form of worship at home. So let us ask ourselves, if love is learned at home, if respect is learned at home, and if every form of worship is learned at home, shouldn't peace also begin at home? If hate can be taught, the compassion can be taught. If prejudice can be learned, then Ubuntu can be learned. That is why Qetusizi Youth Empowerment believes that the first no hate campaign must begin in every household. Let every home become a place where children are taught dignity instead of discrimination, truth instead of misinformation, dialogue instead of violence, and Ubuntu instead of hatred. And lastly, as we leave the conference, let not simply remember the conversation. Let us take it home. Let us say no to hate in our household, no hate to our schools, no hate to our communities, no hate online, no hate across Africa. Together, let us rise a generation that does not inherit hate, but inherit hope. Ubuntu beyond borders, zero hate, one connected Africa. I thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that addition. Can we go to Blaze online? Blaze, are you able to hear us and are you able to join? All right. Perhaps Marriott. Is Marriott, I think she's outside. There's Marriott. Would you like to join us here to give your message? And after that, colleagues, I want to bring something to your attention. We are going to also have a QR code on the screen in a little bit of a while, where you can just assist us with an event evaluation form, just your views on your experience of the day, the topics, the discussions, and what interested you. So if you can kindly also, before we depart here, assist us with that. Marriott, can I hand over to you? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariette. I run an NPO that is called Beautiful Rubies. So we are based in the community. We discovered that there was a lack of skill in the community among asylum seekers and refugee women, and also some of citizen women citizens from South Africa. So we decided to gather all the women. We come together, we learn a skill, and we share whatsoever we are going through, and together we try to find some solution among ourselves. So the program was sponsored by the UNCHR. So we taught ladies how to make bags with beads. We also went for the sewing program. We also did the baking program, and also we are running a after-school program for the children, because we discovered that some of the children in the community, they were left alone. Parents are going out looking for money, so there is nobody that is looking after them. So we decided now to take all the children after school. They come, we teach them, and we give them a small meal that is going to help them pass the day and go back home. And also, we also open a department of advocacy, because among the women and the young girls, we also discovered that there were a problem of documentation. By the grace of God, through the UNCHR, the Center of Human Rights, and some lawyers, we started now documented some of our women and young girls so that they could be able to go to school and also go about their activities, because out there it's very difficult, but by the grace of God, we are trying to do something. And today we brought some of the staff of our women that are making and young girls, and I will ask you if you can empty your pocket and support us so that we can move forward. Thank you so much.
Amazing, and the products outside are gorgeous. Thank you so much. Let me just check, is Blaze online? Do we have? Not yet. Okay, then I'm going to ask, can we quickly just share the QR code for colleagues just to start that process, and then we invite the Center for Human Rights to, not yet. Let's rather go into the comment section then. While we wait for Blaze, please, you can display the QR code. Colleagues, please assist us with your assessment on this very important engagement we have hosted here today with all of the partners, the Social Media for Peace partners, UNESCO, with the support of the European Union. Thank you so much to everyone. But there is a portion that we want to just invite you on. If there's any burning comments or questions that you have for anyone in the room, this is now your opportunity. Before we're going to go into the last segment of this process, which is the video screening by the Center for Human Rights, which is a short film highlighting the harmful impact of hate speech, and then the closing. So in the room, perhaps we can also have an indication if there's anyone online who would like to make a comment on anything interesting you heard today, any contribution you felt that we did not cover. I think the discussions were so rich, but it was also very familiar. We know about the concerns, and it is pressing concerns. And William made a very stark comment this morning that we had to consider moving this event because of potential risk. And that for us need to have us sit up straight and ask, where are we as a democracy? Where are we as a region? And as stakeholders, no longer just speaking the rhetoric and addressing the frameworks and the holistic issues that we so often come here to regurgitate, but what now? And Commissioner Kwinana from the Human Rights Commission side, Moxie, all of our partners here, the Social Media for Peace partners, each have highlighted the mechanisms that are at our disposals, as well as the mechanisms that we are developing to strengthen this coordination, to strengthen our muscle when it comes to the implementation and the rights realization around these difficult questions. So anyone in the room with any burning comment, you are welcome to raise your hand. Anyone online? Are we good? All right. And I think that then means we are brought to the last segment of the video screening by the Center for Human Rights. If I can hand over to my colleagues. Thank you so much. Oh, Blaze is online. All right. Blaze, perhaps 5 minutes will be allocated to you, after which we will be handing over to the Center for Human Rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Blaze. I'm from South Africa Refugee-Led Network. I'm I wanted to share our experience when we visited KwaZulu-Natal, we visited the victims of xenophobic attack in Durban and Peter Marisbeck and Escort. We were there on the 5th June. Three of colleagues of us of South Africa Refugee Network who came from Johannesburg, Rustenburg, and Pretoria. We were joined by 5 colleagues from Durban. Arriving in Durban, we went straight to the camp that has been at Oma phase. There we identified 157 people who are sleeping there. We also learned that they are linked to a church, to 2 churches, which pastors are from Congo. And another pastor also is from Burundi. And we have a chance to chat with those people on the ground. We also realized that they were more linked to their leaders. Each time you want to question more, they will answer you that, no, you have to talk to our leaders. 157 sleeping there day night. They were women, majority, and kids. And the environment are not good for them to be there because there's no toilets, there's no place for ablutions. All the needs they are doing there around there. And there's a risk of health hazard there. Few organizations are coming to give them some tea, rices, some foods. Let me put it there. But we wanted to know more why they don't want to go back to the communities. We discovered that most of them went to media accusing their neighbors that they want to kill us, they chase us from home. They feel like if they go back to the communities, the community may retaliate back to their accusations. Most of them get the living every day. They feel like for 3 weeks, months, sleeping outside, they don't have income, they cannot pay rental for their place where they stay. And others also, they've lost their jobs, their piece jobs where they were working. And then they don't have a place to go. That's why they want to start there. We also discovered that there's many rumors that make them to stick there because leaders that are controlling them, giving them hope that there's a solution for this third solutions. After the integration failed in the South African communities, they cannot go to their country of origin. There's another pathway, which is resettlement, and then their leaders are pushing them to stick there. Maybe that one can bring light. And when we met the leaders, with our advice, they did not allow us to further have discussions with them. And then the leader became hostile to us, to our team. We decided to go to Escort. At Escort, we found more than 100 people that a church have rescued them. They are sleeping in a church. We identified 28 families plus kids and 32 individuals who were in that church. Also, the conditions were not good because they ran away from locations because they were identified as foreigners and migrants and refugees. They cannot drop the kids at school. Fear have entered the communities, and they didn't have anything to have as a food. They also, we as an organization, we support them with vouchers where they can get food from shops to survive. But the condition is chaotic because they don't have support of the communities. They are alone. They don't know the future of tomorrow. They ask themselves many questions because their life depends on what they are doing. Most of them do a saloon. They do their hairdressers. If they don't go do that job, they cannot survive. And it was chaotic. We also found that they need psychosocial support. They need food assistance. They have nothing now. They have lost everything, and it was chaotic there. We try to support them, to advise them. We also try to talk to the mayor. They didn't allow us to have chance to discuss with the committee there by the mayor office. We went down to Pietermaritzburg, where we found that the faith-based leaders and the police and other authorities, they have built a good relationship there. Informations are circulated very, very well, even though much on the streets, but there were not chaos before this one came for allowance and stuff like that. We saw that the relationship of faith-based organizations and authority was a good approach for others also as this side to learn and to put it in place. In short, people don't know what tomorrow look like, where the solution will come, because even the police that should stand in between sometimes are just be observative. They are not acting in a way of putting the tension down. And people are living on fear. Others were thinking if we could have mean to help them to relocate the area. But we went just to see their conditions and to try to bring their voice where people can come and assist them. The situation is not good, especially for women and the children there. If I can stop there. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Blaise, for sharing your experience in Durban. We really appreciate you taking time to come join us today, despite your busy schedule.
Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malia Vundamina. I'm a project officer at the Center for Human Rights, University of Pretoria. So I would just like to give you a bit of background about a short film that we're about to screen for you all. It's called Amazeze. Please forgive my pronunciation. So it's an award-winning short film that was written and directed by Jordi Sank, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. Although it's only 15 minutes long, it tells a powerful story. It follows Tonderai, a young Zimbabwean boy living in a South African township who must care for his sick younger brother while a xenophobic mob moves through their community. What makes the film so important is that it reminds us that xenophobia is never abstract. It's not simply a political debate, a social media post, or a headline. It enters people's homes. It shapes whether their children feel safe, whether their families can access healthcare, whether people can go to work, and whether they can live with dignity in the communities that they call home. Amazeze it asks us to look beyond the negative narratives, and it reminds us that behind the labels such as foreigner or migrant is a human being. We have to remember that we're talking about children, siblings, parents, neighbors, and friends. And unfortunately, their lives are shaped by the choices that we make as communities and as a society. So as you watch the film, I invite you all to reflect on a couple of questions. What responsibility do we each have to challenge the harmful narratives? And secondly, what can we do before those narratives turn into violence? Thank you. Please proceed with screening. Okay, thank you.
Tonderai. Kona sichi mama wasimbo nono kaudai. Baby taxi au ya staka kana wari kubasa. Iwewe chimbo zorora. Iwewe chimbo zorora. Ndagara pena paka wacha ron wiga na dai. You satari shiyo. Manje waona zorora. But when what mama not to say kagni ma jokes akadai. Well ini nandisi mama unuziva mama wa Friday ish. Utatipindi samawani. Bangwana zona zote tima Zimbabweans. Mama watitira se Zimbabwean flag and shiriro itatipa bad luck. Like ndiyana mbotara zunze luck kasa utera uchachi mfundisi banotara kuti kuwane hope kuwane mapapiro. Mfundisi dewe munombo. So it's very easy for him to believe in hope. And panze ukwaona kana basa nesu. Tariro. Ukuda shiri so much to kupa shiri. But that is fair.
Bulala sport. Wanga ticket Buyala. Ubuya again wena, ubuya again. Ubekwa yena. Mthathe. Sambe.
Tonderai. Mama kufana ngwajoka. Ngwajoka manje. I promise. Kwena kunochera mvura. Sandisiendri panapa ndiri ndege. Saka ndofana kuchera mvura sei? Ndofana kuinamatira. But wakuenda kumarket saka inini ndogona kuenda kuThebe. Kwati kumbira family ya Bush leo mvura ere. Atifane kutrust anyone, especially Manelu. Maybe mama unugona kudzoka before inini. Right, uchanjera. Right. sibola lami. Why don't you distract the dog and I'll get the ball? Who told you that? You probably thought we eat cats too. The truth is we eat fancy cats. We eat fancy cats with rich owners.
Hey, wena! Hey! Ucabanga ukuthi wenzani? Suka wena, suka qala. Wenzani wena?
Ma understand ungisizile.
Wena unga-understand. Uyangizwa? Lo ngcoli lo eminyakeni nje elandelayo embalwa uzokuthathela yonke into okungeyakho. Uyangizwa ukuthi ngithini? Ngithe qhela, suka. Wena ukhuluma nomntana? Akwanele ukuthi sesinivumele ukuthi nihlale la. So uyakhonkotha manje wena. Unezinto ozikhulumayo. Hawu. Niyafana nonke nina umthethweni. Ngithakubonanga. Ya? Awuzifuni inkinga. Awuzifuni inkinga. Yeah. Sande wena. Sande.
Panache. 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 Wait. Ngona face yakho aphusi. Tukuriska upenyu wangu niwe ukuthi ama games. Man ndandija ama game. Game. Ukuthi andisikuthi ama game ne. Tukuriska upenyu wangu. Niwe ukuthi ama game kudala.
Awuvulela.
Kutso.
Vula.
Tonderai.
Hey, musukuthi I'm coming vula la.
Tonderai. Anash, don't cry. Anash.
Lento yokunuka. Uyenzani le ntombazana?
Didn't do anything.
Amanga wodwa man niyafana nonke.
You don't even know me.
I know you. Akukho nzima ukuhlukanisa amathethe. Nonke nenza umsebenzi onukayo ofanayo. Kunini silunywa amathethe? Sesijwayele ukulunywa amathethe. Sesiyazi ukuthi kunjani ukumunywa ithethe until igazi lakho lize liphele.
I didn't do anything.
Iwani indlela yokudila ngethethe. Ene sonke siyayazi. Yazi nokuthi bakhona abanye la kithi abayitshela ukuthi ijustice enjani le. Nokuthi sencane lengane. Uzokhula lo mfana. Ene lona le demoni leli lizokhula khona la emphakathini wethu. Lihlukumeze thina la emphakathini wethu. Bese nize ngigijima emva kwami nincenga idasizwe ngicela usize idasizwe ngicela usenzele something. Isikhathi sokwenza something sesifikile. Isikhathi sejustice sifikile. Mfana wami ngizokufaka ubucwebo. Ngifuna ukucwebezela. Awungayithaya lapha. Awulethi petrol. Indlela yokudila nethethe.
Created mashosha nemapete.
Yabona umwali wakho lo. Iforeigner like it. Ngizokushisa.
Commander, akenzanga lutho. Ngiyakuthembisa Commander, akayenzanga lutho. Uyamanga Commander, abengihleli naye.
So umngani wakho lethethe le.
Ukhuluma iqiniso wena ukhalela igazi.
Ngikhalela igazi. Ngikhalela igazi.
Kusasemncane lo mntwana.
Ukuhamba nokuhamba nesikhathi. Uzobona ukuthi angikhalelanga igazi. Abantu abakhalela igazi. Ilamathethe. Wena thethe ndini. Asambeni. Ayikuphe.
Panache, vuka man. Wake up. Panache.
Amai.
Thank you for taking the time to watch Amazeze. What this film reminds us is that violence just doesn't happen overnight. It begins with the stories we tell, the labels we use, and the ways in which people are made to feel unwelcome, unsafe, or as though they don't belong. Perhaps the most powerful reminder from this film is that children often carry the consequences of decisions and narratives that they had no part in creating. Every child deserves to grow up feeling safe, valued, and protected, regardless of where they were born or where their families come from. It's also a reminder that the values we teach our children matter. If we want a future free from hate and division, we must teach the next generation empathy, respect, and the dignity of every person. The conversations we have today shape the communities they will inherit tomorrow. As we conclude today's program, I hope we leave with more than just a better understanding of the challenges we've discussed throughout the day. I hope we leave with a shared commitment to speak up against harmful narratives, to choose empathy over fear, and to build communities where everyone's dignity is respected and protected. So as we leave today, I hope we're going to keep on using the hashtag and saying no to hate. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the center. I think many of us still need a moment to process that. And perhaps that is also why today has mattered. We have reflected on hate speech, information integrity, harmful narratives, elections, community realities, as art forms are able to express very well to us, and the partnerships that needed to interrupt harm before it takes root. So a key message from today is that digital spaces are now part of community life, and that a rumor, if left unchecked, can become a mob. As we close, colleagues and everyone online, may we carry forward the spirit of this coalition to build, to unite, and to strengthen the constitutional values that hold us together. It is now my pleasure to invite the NATCOM representative, Prof. Mbangi Nepfumbada, to the fore to offer closing reflections. And after that, we will invite the Acting Chief Operations Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission, Advocate Crystal Pillay, for closing today's dialogue. Thank you so much. Prof.
Thank you very much. I had a few minutes of this, but it sounds like after the presentation earlier, I probably need a little bit of a breather to settle a little bit. But, being the speaker at this time, either you agree with all of the above, or you spend about an hour repeating everything that has been said. But I think I'll go somewhere in between there to say program director, distinguished representatives of government, regulators, UNESCO colleagues, the United Nations family, the European Union as represented, Social Media for Peace, members of the Diplomatic Corps, civil society organizations, faith leaders, academia, the media, youth, and women's organization colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I think as we bring today to a closure, allow me to, on behalf of the National Commission, to express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to each and every one of you for the active participation and thoughtful contribution to this very important conversation. The discussion today has reaffirmed that hate speech is not merely an online phenomenon or a matter of individual expressions. Left unchecked, as we have heard, it erodes trust, weakens social cohesion, fuels discrimination, and undermines the very foundation of any democratic society. At the same time, the dialogue reminds us that the response to hate speech must always uphold the principles of human rights, dignity, equality, and freedom of expression, values that tie us together, which is at the heart of UNESCO's mandate. It is UNESCO, after all, whose programs are very integrative in nature. That's why it has stood for a very long time, if you look at where the positioning is. As South Africa approaches the 2026 local government elections, today's exchange could not have been more timely. We have reflected on the complex relationships between digital platforms, hate speech, disinformation, misinformation, public discourse, migration issues, and social cohesion, as we have seen. We have also acknowledged the important responsibility shared by governments, regulation, media, civil society, faith, communities, educators, researchers, technology platforms, and citizens to ensure that public discourse remains informed, respectful, and inclusive. Just this past Friday, the City of Johannesburg launched the UNESCO Media and Information Literacy City Network pilot, a sole African pilot city to address these issues of media and information literacy. The event then reaffirmed commitment to strengthening the ability of citizens to access reliable information, think critically, and use media responsibly and safely. This commitment focuses on promoting social cohesion, which we discussed today, and inclusivity in the digital economy, underlying economy, because most of the time we are looking at the social aspects of this, but the economic elements are very critical. Diversity and multicultural engagement, as well as your public safety and informed communities for smart citizenry. Maybe I should add participating citizenry. At that event, I raised the key issue or key consideration of knowledge and information and its implications within the UNESCO's role in the information society through its cross-cutting programs, such as Information for All programs, or so-called IFEP, for those who know. I don't know if Dr. Kumeze is still here. I can say to you that it is actually chaired at UP, so that at least the interactions need to be seen as well within that context. Secondly, the issues of technology and access, which need no explanation. Thirdly, what I see very critical, the knowledge and information flow dynamics vis-a-vis weaponization of information and knowledge in terms of impact on cohesion, informal community and empowerment, or informing community and empowerment of community as such. Fourth, the value of knowledge and information, which, as some of you would know, the last I checked, the value of information and knowledge increases as it is shared. That allows us to be able to utilize platforms such as this to empower and actually participate. So the International Day for Combating Hate Speech serves as a reminder for us that every individual has a role to play in rejecting the narratives that seek to divide communities and to dehumanize others. Equally, it challenges us to promote dialogue, empathy, critical thinking, and digital literacy as essential tools for building peaceful and resilient societies. I'm particularly encouraged by the spirit of partnership demonstrated throughout the dialogue. The diversity of expertise represented in this room illustrates that addressing hate speech requires a whole of society. No single institution can meet this challenge alone, and I think we've had that repeated very consistently. It demands sustained collaboration, evidence-based action, and a shared commitment to protecting the dignity and rights of each and every one of us. Speakers have used words like complexity, ecosystems, community nodes, the whole system approach, and things related to that. That tells us that indeed, I think I recall somebody saying, the whole is more than the sum of the components, which, as you would know, is a critical description of what a system approach looks like. The discussions today have also generated practical ideas that will help inform future collaborations, including strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships, supporting community-led initiatives, promoting responsible communication, enhancing media and information literacy, and improving mechanisms for monitoring and responding to harmful online narratives. It's more than just monitoring, but acting. So obviously the learning aspects that come out of that need to be actually brought in as well. As we live here today, let us ensure that this dialogue marks not only the conclusion of a conversation, but the beginning of strengthening collective action. Let us continue working together to create digital and physical spaces and platforms where diversity is celebrated, differences are respected, and dialogues triumph over division. So on behalf of the National Commission of UNESCO, let me extend our sincere appreciation, especially to the Regional Office of Southern Africa, the Social Media for Peace Coalition, over partners, speakers, and moderators, and every participant for making this event a success. Together, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to building society where every person can exercise their right to freedom of expression responsibly, freely, free from hatred, discrimination, and violence, and where peace is strengthened through dialogue, mutual respect in our community. In conclusion, I think we heard earlier in the day when Dr. Chris Nissen reminded us that information integrity is a right. I would like to paraphrase and add to that, hoping that I'm not going to literally butcher the interpretation thereof, to that by saying, if information integrity is a right, access to reliable, trustworthy data and information becomes an essential element of that right. You can interpret quite a lot in what I've just said now, and I think we have covered a lot of that. Thank you very much for participating. Your commitment and your continued partnership is highly appreciated and very critical. I wish you a safe travels and looking forward for continued collaboration. Ndialibua Siyabonga, Baya Danki, Nda.
Thank you so much, Prof. CEO, Advocate Pillay, the floor is yours as the proceedings of today and the dialogue comes to a close. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter, Program Director for today, actually. Yes, I have a very, first let me say good afternoon. I had a very interesting protocol that I needed to acknowledge Dr. Carter, but I thought I will start with this instead. And I may repeat the prof, and apologies for that, but sometimes repetition is good. It's good for us not to forget why we are having this dialogue today. And I read on an article over the weekend. I want to just tell you the title of the article by Mr. J. Naidu went as follows: Why I Refuse to Live in a Society that Advocates Hatred. And as I read that article, I thought it would be something interesting for me to mention today. Why I refuse to live in a society that advocates hatred. And now, without going into the article itself, I'd like to ask, how many of us actually live with that level of conviction? How many of us actually live with that level of condemnation? I refuse. Those are very powerful words. And he ended his article with a very significant quote by one of our great fathers of our democracy, Nelson Mandela, who said, and we've heard this today, Dr. Carter, no one is born hating another person because of the color of his skin or his background or his religion. People must learn to hate, and if they can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally to the human heart than its opposite. And as South Africans, are those just words? Is that just a quote that we would like to quote because it sounds like a good quote to say for the day? But I think as a people of this country who has been involved in this dialogue for today, or just generally as people of this country, those words should become a practice. After watching that video, I was so glad I was not the next speaker after that video, because you did indeed need some time to digest what you just watched. And it's one of the, or if not something that we're seeing so common these days. It's become a reality in this country. And again, it's one of the reasons that's brought us here today. So, Program Director, let me please stand on the protocol that was observed by the previous speaker. And I want to remind us that the work of encountering hate speech is not the work of one institution. Neither is it the work of one sector or one movement, as you have seen today. Our constitutional democracy calls on us to ensure that we constantly choose dignity over division, evidence over fear, and solidarity over suspicion. And we have to do that together, and we have to do that in a united way. And throughout the day, as you've heard as well from the previous speaker, we've heard from a range of words or a range of voices and institutions. We work in different but in very connected spaces. And we reflected today on information integrity and, of course, harmful narratives and the consequences of those harmful narratives. We considered the rule of law, community action, access to justice. We heard from organizations and initiatives that are already doing practical work on the ground and, of course, online. And we reflected on the elections and what exactly is responsible discourse. And of course, we ended today by considering a civil society declaration of democratic solidarity. And that arc, just trying to understand how we've come to what time is it now, 15:56 this afternoon. That arc is very important and we must not lose sight of it. It tells us that this event was never only about identifying a problem. It was about recognizing the work that is already being done and connecting that work more deliberately and asking how we strengthen each other before harm takes root. For the South African Human Rights Commission, this kind of partnership is not incidental to our mandate. It's actually central to it, and you would have heard today mention being made of the functions and the powers given to the Commission in terms of its legislation. It requires us to, amongst other things, develop and conduct information programs, foster public understanding of Chapter 2 of the Constitution and the role of the Commission, and to maintain close liaison with institutions and bodies with similar objectives, and to liaise and interact with organizations that actively promote respect for human rights and other sectors of civil society. And that is precisely what we have done today. Because today represents that. It's words into action. And the Constitution does not imagine human rights as the responsibility of one body alone. It creates institutions, but it also calls into being a broader constitutional culture, a culture in which civil society, public institutions, media, academia, community leaders, faith formations, development partners, and ordinary people, we all have a role to play in defending the dignity and the equality of all who live in this country. And in that sense, this coalition is not outside the constitutional project. It is part of what the constitutional project requires of us. And as the Commission, our mandate is national and it is international. And in doing our work on a national and international level, that is how we ensure that we are able to be oversight-oriented. Nationally, we are required to promote, protect, and monitor the observance of rights in this country. And internationally, we engage with regional and global human rights standards and mechanisms that remind us that dignity, equality, and non-discrimination does not stop at the borders, institutions, and neither does it stop at these platforms. In our oversight role, we must ask difficult questions and whether the systems that shape public life are enabling our rights or are they undermining our rights. So today's discussions have shown us that those systems are changing. Public discourse no longer happens in community halls or what you read in the newspapers or what you hear on the radio stations or what you hear during the election rallies. It also happens through algorithms, online platforms, private messaging channels, recommender systems, viral content, coordinated networks, and digital amplifications. And these spaces shape what people see, what they believe, who they fear, and how they participate in democratic life. And having said that, it's important for us to understand that this means then, if the systems of communication have changed, then so too must human rights work. Human rights work must evolve. Similarly so. If people are to exercise their political rights freely, they must be able to form their views without manipulation, intimidation or deliberation, or distortion. If communities are to live together peacefully, public debate must not be driven by falsehoods, dehumanizing language, or the targeting of vulnerable groups. If democracy is to be meaningful, information integrity must become part of how we think about equality. It must become part of how we think about human dignity and the freedom of expression and participation. At the same time, we must be clear. Protecting people from hate does not mean closing down public debate. South Africa must remain a society in which difficult issues can be addressed openly and they can be addressed honestly. And freedom of expression is one of the foundations of our democracy. But freedom of expression is not strengthened when it is used to strip others of their dignity. Freedom of expression is not strengthened when it is used to spread fear or to place communities at risk. It is strengthened when the debate is factual, when the debate is responsible, and when it is rights-based. And it must also be open to the humanity of others. And this is why the discussions of today matter and will always matter as we continue with the work that we are called to do as part of this dialogue. The Civil Society Declaration considered this afternoon is an important expression of collective responsibility. It reflects a shared commitment to resist hatred, racism, Afrophobia, xenophobia, scapegoating, and all forms of dehumanization. It also reminds us that social cohesion cannot be built only through statements. It must be built to practical action, public education, legal accountability, responsible media practice, community protection, and the courage to challenge harmful narratives wherever they appear. And therefore, the Commission welcomes and supports the spirit of this declaration and the collaborative process through which it has been developed. Colleagues, we are indeed living in a difficult period in this country. There are real social and economic pressures that we are facing. There is frustration, there is fear, unemployment, inequality, and there is deep mistrust. That's the realities of the country that we are living in today. These realities must therefore never be dismissed, but nor must they be exploited. The pain of communities should not be redirected towards those with the least power. The failures of the systems should be distinguished as the fault, or should not be distinguished as the fault of our neighbors. And democratic contestation should never become a license for dehumanization. The Constitutional Court has reminded us, in a case that some of us may remember, MEC for Education, KwaZulu-Natal, versus Pillay. And I'm not mentioning that case because it has my surname. But it's a very important case for us to remember in terms of what the Constitutional Court has said in as far as culture and religion and beliefs are concerned. The Constitutional Court reminded us that the display of religion and culture in public is not a parade of horribles. For those of us who would remember that case, it was about a young pupil who wanted to wear a nose ring, and the nose ring was part of her cultural heritage, a display of her cultural heritage. As a Southern Tamil, Indian Tamil young girl, it was a symbol of her culture. It was a symbol of her beliefs. And the court reminded us that the display of religion and culture in public is not a parade of horribles, but a pageant of diversity, which can enrich our schools and in turn our country. And that image is powerful. And as I say that, it reminds me of the words of Nelson Mandela. Hatred is not taught. Hatred is learned. Dr. Carter, I want to talk about more experiences that I've had just recently, but maybe time is not on our side and we all want to drive home to be safe. But I think it's important when we talk about the pageant of diversity. What does that mean? The pageant of diversity does not mean that we are all the same. It means that we learn to build a society from our differences. It means that dignity is not reserved for those who are familiar to us. It means that the Constitution asks us to do the harder work of living together, not the easier work of turning against each other. For those of us who take those Saturday morning or Sunday afternoon or midday drives to Hartbeespoort Port, for those of us who live here in Gauteng, I want to share something very interesting with you. And it's something that always sticks in my mind. Sorry, I'm just 2 minutes away from closing. You know, one of my enjoyable drives to take is, it's either down towards Nelspruit or it's towards the dam. And I once, or a couple of times, had the opportunity to drive there with different people. I once drove there with a friend who was visiting me from the Dominican Republic. And you would know that as you drive towards the tunnel, you would sometimes encounter traffic. And then, of course, you have your roadside vendors who come to you with hats and, all those things that they want you to purchase from them. So the gentleman comes by, and some of you may experience this, then he points to your tire, or he points to the front of your car and makes you feel like something's wrong, So my friend winds the window down and he says, "Is something going on down there?" And he says, No, man, I want you to have a look at my hats. And then he says, "Oh, I thought you were pointing to a problem with my car." And he says, No, your car is just perfect, it's just fine, but do you like my hats? So my friend says, "Yeah, sure, no problem. So what do you have? Let me have a look at this." And takes a hat, he tries it on. And then he says, "You know what, not today." And he says, "Come on, man, you have to buy me something." I mean, we all would have experienced this, right? You have to buy something from me. So he actually takes the hat, he says, "Okay, cool, no problem, I'll buy this hat from you." And he bought the hat, and we had a good laugh about the whole thing, because it's very funny how they point to your car and they make you open the window and then they catch you, you have to buy something. A few months later, I took the same route with another friend of mine, and the same incident happened, where somebody pointed at the car. This time I'm sitting in the back seat. and observing. And my friend who was driving was very annoyed, you know, and he was like, "Don't come close to my car." And his window was up. And the guy is continuously pointing and he's like, "No, don't come close to my car," you know, with the window open, with the window up. And he says, he tries to talk to him, you know, then he puts the window down and he says, "What do you want?" He says, "No, I just want you to have a look at my hats." And he's like, "No, I've got no time for your hats. I've got no time for you, don't come close to my car." You know, and then the guy says, "Well, why are you talking to me that way? You don't need to talk to me that way." And he says, "No, but you don't need to stand so close to my car." So then he says, "No, I just want you to buy one of my hats." And he's like, "No, no, 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 no. You know, just get away from me. Get away from me. Don't waste my time. I don't have time for today. But for you today." And then I sat in the back and I thought to myself, but what would bring on this reaction? You know, it just tells you about how we as people are either brought up or how we choose to react to each other. And I thought it's important for me today, as I sat there, talked about all these different experiences I've had, we are not taught, or are we taught to behave that way? Or do we just choose that this is how we want to behave with each other on a certain day? And I think just these general practical experiences on the ground are experiences we learn from. And I had a discussion with my friend when we managed to stop the car to say, but why? Why would you react that way? What would bring you to behave that way towards somebody you don't know? Rather just put the window down and say, "No, thank you, brother, next time." So I think it's important for us to just remember when we leave here today, or as we leave our watching on the Zoom link, we don't forget this discourse, because that's probably something we tend to do. We have these talks, but we forget when we go out there, we have to implement them daily, because that is what brings about change. And that is why today is meant to be powerful dialogue, and it's meant to be impactful dialogue that requires us to bring about change in this country. So as we close today, I want to thank UNESCO, the Social Media for Peace South Africa Coalition, the European Union, NatCom, and all partners who made this dialogue possible. Thank you for the moderators, the panelists, the speakers, the rapporteurs, the organizers, and the partners who contributed to the substance of today. Dr. Carter, thank you to you and your team, who has played a very critical role together with our partners to bring this dialogue together. So thank you to all the organizations represented here today, those working in the media, in law, community mobilization, digital rights, migration, social cohesion, research, public education, and democratic accountability. Your work is indeed essential. The South African Human Rights Commission looks forward to continuing working with you in the spirit of Section 13 of our Act and in the spirit of the Constitution itself. So let us leave here today being alert to the risks, but not paralyzed by those risks. Let us be honest about the tensions in our society, but equally determined to prevent those tensions from being turned into hatred. And let us strengthen the coalitions that build trust, protect dignity, and defend democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, CEO. Colleagues, that's the end of the program for today. Let's keep in touch. Hashtag no to hate, keep that going, and be safe. Human Rights Commission is available. You can contact us in the next few days as well. You've got our contact details. Thank you to the coalition partners, UNESCO, and everyone. It's a wrap. Thanks so much.